Ian plans to attend college and major in criminology. That's Ian DePietro. Rocco Galmarini. Rocco is the son of Rebecca and Mark Galmarini. Rocco is a 4-year letterman of the golf team. He is also a 3-year letterman of the baseball team, a member of the 2021 and 2022 WPIAL championship baseball teams, a 2-year letterman of the basketball team, National Honor Society, and Spanish Club. Rocco plans to attend a 4-year university after graduation. That was Rocco Galmarini. Jonalyn Brejo. Jonalyn is the daughter of Tracy Brejo. Jonalyn's a 2-year member of the cheerleading squad. She's also a member of National Honor Society, Teenettes, and Student Council. Jonalyn plans to attend a 4-year college after graduation. That is Jonalyn Brejo. JC Conti. JC is a daughter of Lou Conti and Tressa and Joe Chester. JC is the captain of the cheerleading squad and has been a member for 4 years. She's also co-captain of the volleyball team, in which she is a 4-year letterman, president of Student Council, a member of peer leadership, National Honor Society, AP Club, Spanish Club, and a Queen candidate for the 2023 Homecoming Court. JC plans to attend college and major in elementary education. That's JC Conti. Kayla Eppinger. Kayla is a daughter of Marcia and Sean Eppinger. Kayla has been a member of the cheerleading squad for 3 years, and she's also a 3-year letterman for the girls basketball team, a member of the 2023 WPIAL and state championship girls basketball team, a 2-year letterman for the track and field team, a member of Teenettes, and her future plans after graduation are undecided at this time. Mallory Gorgas. Mallory is the daughter of Wendy and Brian Gorgas. Mallory is a 2-year captain of the cheerleading squad and has been a member for 4 years. She's also co-captain of the volleyball team, in which she is a 4-year letterman, a 3-year letterman for softball, member of the 2022 championship softball team, member of the 2023 WPIAL championship and state runner-up softball team. She's vice president of Student Council, distinguished young woman finalist, senior class treasurer, extreme leadership, treasurer of the Entrepreneurship Club. She's in National Honor Society tech team, treasurer of Teenettes, and she's a Queen candidate for the 2023 Homecoming Court. Mallory plans to attend college and major in early education with a minor in special education, and that's Mallory Gordon. Emily Lipman. Emily Lipman is the daughter of Kylie Cifro and Michael Lipman. Emily is a member of the cheerleading squad, a 3-year letterman of the softball team, a member of the 2022 WPIAL championship softball team, a member of the 2023 WPIAL championship and state runner-up softball team. Mentoring, Teenettes, and National Honor Society are also in her, and Emily plans to attend college and become a physician's assistant in dermatology. That was Emily Lipman. Carter May. Carter is the son of Jennifer and Torrance May. Carter's a 4-year member of the cheerleading squad and is our Union Scotty mascot. He's also the treasurer of Student Council, and Carter plans on attending college after graduation. Allison Morozak. Allison's the daughter of Marcy and Robert Morozak. Allison's been a member of the cheerleading squad for 4 years, and she's also a member of National Honor Society, Teenettes, Student Council, Tech Team Entrepreneurship Club, senior class secretary, Pee-wee and midget cheer coach, and a Queen candidate for the 2023 Homecoming Court. Allison plans to attend college after graduation and major in business, and that is Allison Morozak. Ariana Pavelko. Ariana is the daughter of Valerie Peebles and the late Anthony Pavelko. Ariana is a member of cheerleading squad, and she's also a 3-year letterman for softball, a member of the 2022 WPIAL championship softball team, a member of the 2023 WPIAL championship and state runner-up softball team, 2-year letterman for girls basketball team, senior class president, member of Student Council, National Honor Society, and Teenettes, and Ariana plans to attend college and major in pre-medicine. That's Ariana Pavelko. Isabella Reichert. Isabella is the daughter of Renee Ryan and Matthew Reichert. Isabella has been a member of the cheerleading squad for 4 years. She plans to attend college after graduation and major in communications. That's Isabella Reichert. Caitlin Schuler. Caitlin is the daughter of Julie Kaplan McFarland and Nicholas Schuler Jr. Caitlin has been a member of the cheerleading squad for 2 years. She's also captain of the Scotty Girls Dance Line, in which she has been a member for 5 years. She's a member of Student Council, secretary of TNETS, member of the National Honor Society and Entrepreneurship Club. Caitlin plans to attend South College and major in medical sonography, and that's Caitlin Schuler. Acadia Vogan. Acadia is the daughter of Lisa and Charlie Vogan. Acadia has been a member of the cheerleading squad for 4 years. She's also a 4-year letterman for volleyball, senior class cheerleading squad, senior class vice president, member of student council, bocce, TNETS, forensics, and You Belong Club. Acadia plans to attend college and major in journalism with a minor in communications. Acadia Vogan. Grayson Blakely. Grayson is the son of Marissa and Sam Blakely. Grayson has been a member of the football team for 3 years and was a member of the 2022 WPIAL Championship and state runner-up team. He is also a 3-year letterman in the basketball team, a 3-year letterman of the baseball team, and a member of the 2021 and 2022 WPIAL Championship baseball team. Member of National Honor Society, peer leadership, and is a King candidate for the 2023 homecoming court. And Grayson plans to attend college after graduation with a major in engineering. That is Grayson Blakely. Denon Bowen. Denon is the son of Lori and Jeff Bowen. Denon has been a member of the football team for 3 years. He's also a 3-year letterman for baseball team, a member of the 2021 and 2022 WPIAL Championship baseball teams. He's a National Honor Society and tech team. Denon plans to attend Slippery Rock University and major in physical therapy. That's Denon Bowen. Jordan Brown. Jordan is the son of Melanie Booker and Jordan Brown. Jordan has been a member of the football team for 3 years and was a member of the 2022 WPIAL Championship and state runner-up football team. He is also a 3-year letterman for the track and field team, a member of concert choir, school musicals, and forensics. And Jordan plans to attend college and major in computer science. That is Jordan Brown. Andrew Cartwright. Andrew is the son of Aaron and Dale Cartwright. Andrew has been a member of the football team for 4 years and was a member of the 2022 WPIAL Championship and state runner-up football team. He's a 4-year member of the assistant captain of the Wilmington Hockey Team Association. He is a King candidate for the 2023 homecoming court, and after graduation, Andrew plans to pursue a career in one of the trades. Andrew Cartwright. Andrew Gettings. Andrew Gettings is the son of Randy Joe and Robert Gettings. Andrew has been a member of the football team for 3 years and was a member of the 2022 WPIAL Championship and state runner-up football team. He's also a 3-year letterman for basketball, a 3-year letterman for baseball, and a member of the 2021 and 2022 WPIAL Championship baseball teams. He's a King candidate for the 2023 homecoming court. His plans after graduation are undecided at this time. That was Andrew Gettings. Michael Gunn. Mike is the son of Tara and Michael Gunn. Michael's been a member of the football team for 4 years and was a member of the 2022 WPIAL Championship and state runner-up football team. He's also a 3-year letterman for baseball, a member of the 2021 and 2022 WPIAL Championship baseball teams. And he is a King candidate for the 2023 homecoming court. He plans to attend college and major in physical education or exercise science. That was Mike Gunn. Dane Jonke. Dane is the son of Leah Bayer and Heath Jonke. Dane has been a member of the football team for 4 years and was a member of the 2022 WPIAL Championship and state runner-up football team. He's also a 1-year letterman for basketball, a 3-year letterman for baseball, a member of the 2021 and 2022 WPIAL baseball teams, and a King candidate for the 2023 homecoming court. Dane plans to attend college and major in business management. Dane Jonke. Robert McCurdy. Robert's the son of Laura Eve and a grandson of Dr. Michael Hink. Robert has been a member of the football team for 4 years and was a member of the 2022 WPIAL Championship and state runner-up football team. He's also a 3-year letterman for baseball, a member of the 2021 and 2022 WPIAL Championship baseball teams. He's also in National Honor Society, and Robert plans to attend college and major in industrial engineering. That is Robert McCurdy. Anthony Roper. Anthony's the son of Shane Roper, and he's been a member of the football team as a 3-year letterman and a 3-year letterman for baseball. He was also a member of the 2021-2022 WPIAL Championship baseball teams and is a king candidate for the 2023 homecoming court. Anthony plans to attend college after graduation. That's Anthony Roper. Braylon Thomas. Braylon's the son of Teresa and Thomas Thomas. James Thomas. Braylon's been a member of the football team for 4 years and was a member of the 2022 WPIAL Championship and state runner-up football team. He's also a 3-year letterman and for basketball and a 1-year letterman for track and field. He's a king candidate of the 2023 homecoming court, and Braylon plans to attend college and major in broadcast, communication, or photography. Folks, let's give a hand to our seniors 2024. Wish them good luck in everything they do. Let's go, you!
This is the Lawrence County Sportsnet, powered by LCAP.
About to bring gold back to Lawrence County.
Your home for the County of Champions.
And how sweet it is! A state gold medal for the Union Scotties!
And the Shannock Lancers are your 2A softball champions. The trophy lifted high.
The 10th seed Union Scotties are WPIAL champions.
Not a Cinderella story, a championship story here.
And your 2023 WPIL 2A Girls Champions, the Shenango Wildcats.
The pitch from Bruce, here it comes. Look at this! Union wins it! The Union Scotties have rallied to win the WPIAL Championship.
The top local athletes and the top sports moments all featured here, live or archived at lcsportsnet.com.
7 seconds. Work it down inside and alley-oop the young gun. Approach.
To strike it and score!
Featuring over 100 broadcasts of county events in over a dozen sports. Your voice for Lawrence County sports.
The gold ball headed home to Newcastle.
This is the Lawrence County Sportsnet.
Coming to you live from Sox Russo Stadium in Union, Pennsylvania. High school football at lcsportsnet.com, powered by LCAP, as the defending WPIAL champion Union Scotties host the Mohawk Warriors. Tonight's broadcast at lcsportsnet.com is brought to you by Maley Chiropractic, keeping you in the game. By Medor Bonner Law, community firm dedicated to protecting your possessions. By Health and Motion Physical Therapy, keeping you moving. By The Red Zone, score big at The Red Zone. By Pontius Insurance, love the life you live. By Penn Ohio Bottled Water, home and business bottled water delivery. By Washington Center Physical Therapy, serving the Newcastle community for over 30 years. By Gem Buildings, a creative edge in your contracting work. By Joseph's Marketplace, Newcastle's family-owned grocery store. By Works in Progress Paint Services. By BMF Tax and Financial. By the City Rescue Mission. By the Tri-County Principals Association. By the Union Area Education Association, the Mahoning Township Fire Department, the Union Volunteer Fire Department, and the Lawrence County Community Action Partnership. A bright and sunny Saturday late afternoon turned evening here from Sox Russo Stadium as the defending WPIAL champion Union Scotties get ready to kick it off in the newly dubbed Battle of the Border against the Mohawk Warriors. I'm James Dotson alongside with Eric Thomas, and hey, we are ready to go on two incredible games we had broadcast of last night, Eric, and I'll tell you what, we got another good one here cooking up with Union, the defending 1A champions, and Mohawk, one of the top 2A offenses in the WPIAL last year, and a local rivalry to boot. You can't ask for much more.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see, James, how hungry this Union team is. They got a taste of it last year. They won a WPIAL title, got to the ultimate prize, the state final, ran into a buzzsaw in Steelton High Spire with Alex Irby, their star quarterback, going to a Division I school. And, you wonder how this team responds, because the last game that they played together, and it's a brand new team, but the last game they played together was that state title game. There's plenty of holdovers. Are they going to be hungry? Can they repeat? They're going to have a target on their back, but at the same time, not everybody thinks that they're going to repeat as the 1A champ, so there's still kind of that underdog mentality. So how do they respond? How do they come out? How do they show that they're here to keep that title? in 2023. And Mohawk, look, they were close last year. We know all the issues that they had. They were able to piece everything together later in the season, made a nice little run to the playoffs. Jay Warner, anytime he's on the field, that team has a shot to win. And he put on a passing clinic in the playoffs last year. They ultimately fell short. But this is a team that the core of them is together. Both have experienced lines. Both have experienced quarterbacks. Both have experienced skill position players. So this should be a fun one here tonight to kick off the season.
We will break it down fully here when we return our Washington Center Physical Therapy pregame show. Senior night festivities already done and taken care of. We're going to sneak in a quick break, come back with the national anthem, keys to the game, and starting lineups when we return here at lcsportsnet.com, powered by LCAP.
I love what I do because coming in every day is different.
How can you not enjoy these kids coming up and hugging you and giving you these great smiles all throughout the day?
Seeing the progress that our kids make every single day is one of the reasons I love coming to school.
What should we do? We have fun.
LCAP Early Learning Centers is hiring. Help empower young minds in Lawrence County and become a superhero today. Apply at lcap.org.
For 20 years, Melee Chiropractic has treated athletes of all ages to help them get safely back to the top of their game. Melee Chiropractic has 3 full-time doctors in their office, and all 3 are former area athletes who have had to battle injuries throughout their careers. They want to help you get safely back on your feet. But more importantly, help stop the injuries before they happen. Prehab before you rehab. Attention all high school student athletes. During your sports season, a $30 visit to the Melee Chiropractic office includes an adjustment and/or all therapy is necessary. From the athletes of tomorrow to the weekend warriors and everything in between. Let Melee Chiropractic keep you in the game. Looking for a unique way to expand your business? Advertise on the Lawrence County Sportsnet and be seen by thousands of viewers in the area and around the country on over 100 broadcasts each year. Visit lcsportsnet.com and click Advertise with LCSN. Here on our Washington Center Physical Therapy pregame show, let Norm Gabriel and the staff at Washington Center Physical Therapy get you back on your feet. Visit Washington, CENTREPT.com to schedule your appointment. Union and Mohawk, both teams postseason bound a year ago. Union obviously able to go a little bit further, Eric, but hey, it's a brand new year, and everybody's 0-0 going into, well, last night technically, but 0-0 for Saturday Night Football here for the Scotties and the Warriors.
Yeah, interesting to kick it off on a Saturday. Kind of gives you that sense now that football is here after we all kind of got a night under our belt last night. But this is going to be an interesting matchup. 2 teams that can score points, 2 teams that can put up big offense, 2 teams that can really, if they want to, control the line of scrimmage and try to keep ball control in their favor. But it's going to be the matchup to me tonight is going to be the offensive front for Mohawk and this defensive line for Union. And I know it's cliche when you say, well, it's in the trenches, but the pressure that Union can bring, can they get Warner rattled? You know, he's not the kind of quarterback that's going to take off and run. We might not see him do that unless he absolutely has to. So that defensive front for Union is going to be the one that's going to try to cause all the havoc tonight. And if that Mohawk offensive line can stand pat and hold the ball and control the clock and control the line of scrimmage, that's going to help them out big time tonight.
We're looking at the Union Area Marching Band under the direction of Mr. Devin Householder, drum major Charles Ralu and Elliot Laskuka. I think we're going to pause now for the playing of the national anthem from the Union Scotties Marching Band.
Sock Russo Stadium. Now introducing your Union High School Marching Band with the playing of our national anthem.
Your national anthem here from Sox Russo Stadium. While the alma mater plays, let's take a look at this Union Scotties team a little bit more in depth, Eric. Obviously a new group, but still a big core of it, especially on the offensive side of the football. You lose two offensive linemen. You lose Matt Stanley, who was kind of a do-it-all, running back, wildcat quarterback, wide receiver. But the majority of the other skill players are back, and especially Dane Jonke, Grayson Blakely, two good receivers, Mike Gunn, who will be a little bit everywhere on the field, and obviously the 1,000 quarterback in Braylon Thomas is a good place to start.
Yeah, it really is, and he is a year older. He's got a whole season as a starting quarterback under his belt, took his team to a championship, so that mentality that you get with all that experience and all those extra practices, now this is the time where something like that pays off. So we expect to see him really just jump out of the gate and try to pick up where he left off a season ago. I wouldn't be surprised by that at all. And you mentioned it, the skill players. Mike Gunn, he's got big playability. Had the pick 6 in the WPIL championship game. Really can take it from anywhere on the field and go the distance. There's a lot of firepower on this offense. There's a lot of firepower on this team on really both sides of the ball. But the engine's going to be number 2, Braylon Thomas, and if he gets off and running like he did last year, it's going to be a pretty good season for this team again.
And I'll tell you what, Eric, I'm glad you mentioned that pick 6, because that's one of the big things about this is that we talk about the offense and the skill players, but look at the fact that in the 6 playoff games for Union, they scored points on defense in all 6 of those games, including a safety in the state championship game. So, I mean, and you shut out Bishop Canevin as well when you look at it. Shut them out in the WPIL championship. So you know that this is a team that gets it done on both sides of the football.
And it's the mentality that Kimni Balda brings over from Mount Lebanon. I mean, the guy goes to a state championship game as an assistant coach with one of the greatest coaches, not just in Pittsburgh area, but in the entire state, and Bob Palco. Comes right to a 1A program, and you may think, okay, well, there's going to be a big drop-off. You're going from the biggest to the smallest classification. And he puts the culture in this team right away, and they just sort of pick it up and they run with it. So it's already been instilled in them. They know how to win games. They know they can do it in a myriad of ways, offense, defense. Probably could see them do it on special teams if they really need to with all the weapons that they have. But it's really going to be a team effort. But the offensive side is going to be the fun one to watch, I think, at least to start, because that's where a ton of firepower resides.
The Mohawk Warriors making their way out onto the field. And again, you mentioned special teams. That actually was an issue last time these two teams played 2 years ago at Mohawk. A couple of special teams touchdowns, including a long return touchdown for both Mike Gunn and Braylon Thomas in that game, funny enough. So interesting that you mentioned that. But let's talk a little bit more about this Mohawk offense. Again, returning 8 starters on both sides of the ball for the Mohawk Warriors under Coach Tim McCutcheon, now in his 9th year with the Warriors. And it was a team that just never got they weren't in midseason form until the end of the season because of their, restricted preseason, basically, the way it worked down with the hazing allegations, everything pushed back a few weeks. They playing, handcuffed essentially for a majority of the year, but I'll tell you what, you see progression and teams getting better over the course of the year. Can't ask for much more than that, especially when you look at a freshman, now a sophomore, and Bobby Fadden, who ends up setting receiving records by the time the season was over. It speaks to the passing attack. You mentioned Rhoda, but he's got some good weapons to throw to as well.
And Fadden, remember, had 15 catches the last 2 games of the season last year, so half of his production came in 2 of the biggest games that they needed to have that type of production in. So that tells you that how he developed last season as a freshman, not a freshman anymore, obviously has been in the weights for a season, an off season, has been through the practice grinder for a season, an off season, a preseason, now a second season. So he's going to be ready to go. He's going to be the guy, I think, that they're going to try to get the ball in the hands of a lot. Warner is, again, if he's on the field, this team has a chance to win. And they can score from just about anywhere. They've got the talent. They've got the blocking up front. They're going to have to try to hold on to that ball, though, in more ways than one tonight if they're going to be successful.
As we wrap up our Washington Center Physical Therapy pregame show, let's take a look at some of the keys to tonight's game. They're brought to you by Works in Progress Paint Services. Call Joe Wright at 724-714-4294 to discuss your next painting or window cleaning project. What are some of the keys? Let's start with the Mohawk Warriors. The biggest keys for you, Eric, tonight for the Warriors to be victorious.
Well, I think they need to – we talked to Tim McCutcheon before the game, and he said, we are balanced as far as play calling. Yes, they definitely are balanced, but they have got to, yardage-wise, be balanced. This is a team that the last 3 games last season struggled to run the football, 74 carries, 124 yards in those games, and that includes a -5 performance against the Shannock. So they got to get their run game really balanced out in terms of yardage. That's going to help them keep the ball, keep possession, keep the key guys on offense for Union off of the field while they're running the show there. That's going to be the one there for them. And for Union, it's going to be start fast. And Tim McCutcheon knows that they can't fall behind by 2 scores, so their defense doesn't want to be on its heels early, but expect Union to try to strike something big early on.
Throw a couple other keys that I'm feeling as well, because I like both of those, especially that. Union, you have to be very, on defense especially, you can't miss any assignments because Rona will pick you apart. So that's what I'm looking at defensively, not to miss any assignments. And Mohawk, it's special teams. You have one of the best kickers in the WPIAL. A touchback almost automatic every time. 40-yard range for Josh Wilkins, nephew of NFL kicker Jeff Wilkins. You know that he's going to have a leg, but at the same time, defending the special teams, not giving up those special teams touchdowns. Those are our keys to the game. Again, brought to you by Works in Progress Paint Services. Union will be receiving the opening kickoff as Wilkins gets ready to tee it up. Union in their home blues. They're going to send back Braylon Thomas, the quarterback. It's 1A football, folks. Thomas is your return man. Mike Gunn and Rondell McClinton, the other 2 deep backs. The battle of the border for the 69th time in history. Mohawk and Union, we're underway from Sox Russo's Stadium, and it is, as advertised, a touchback. It's an automatic touchback as soon as it goes over the goal line. Now we'll take a look at your starting lineups for the Union Scotties. Braylon Thomas, the quarterback, of the first 1,000 quarterback in Union Scotties history. You'll see Gunn and McClinton in the backfield. Andrew Cartwright, the tight end. Starting wideouts, Dane Jonke, Grayson Blakely, and Andrew Gettings. And the offensive line, left to right, Jamel Mitchell, Robert McCurdy, Denon Bowen, Jordan Brown, and Damian Carbone.
Underclassmen on the edges on that offensive line, but very skilled ones, including Mitchell, who might be their best lineman.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to talk much about Jamel Mitchell, but he's played a big factor. You're going to go jet sweep action to McClinton from the slot, and good job to stretch it out defensively, and then making the hit from the defensive back position was Blake Logan for a loss.
Yeah, cutting off the edge early on, get the ball in the hands of one of their speedy guys, does Union right away. Mohawk quick to react to it, get up the field, and cut off the corner. Nowhere to go on that one.
They'll give it a loss of 2, 2nd down and 12 as we stare directly into the sunshine. We'll be that way basically through halftime here, at least, with the 6 o'clock kickoff. One other game today, by the way, Neshannock up at Sharon. That is a 7 o'clock start. Gunn in motion out of the backfield. They're going to go throw short side of the field to him. Couple blockers in front, quickly up the field, but not a lot of room. Makes a 3rd and manageable, though. About 3rd and 6 coming up for the Scotties after that 6-yard pass.
Not a bad way to get the ball in the hands of Gunn early on as well. Get the 2 playmakers touches. But again, good reaction by this Mohawk defense. Get to the edge. Jackson Chapman was one of the guys there. And they're able to push him out of bounds before he can do any more damage.
Gunn had 12 receptions on the season last year. He was also the number 2 rusher behind Braylon Thomas a year ago. 15 seconds on the play clock. We actually have the automated play clock here for the first time at Union. A nice addition as well for the defending WPIAL champions. They send trips left. That's where Thomas looks to roll. He's going to fire on the run. Man open wide down the field, and it's just off the fingertips of Grayson Blakely. He had reservations for 6, and unfortunately for Blakely, he had no official catches last year. That would have been a heck of a first one to start his senior season, but instead it's going to be a 3 and out.
Well, there's the big play that they try to go to right away. Get on the board early. Nobody paying attention to Blakely as he gets behind the defense, and safety looking at Thomas rolling out to the near side and trying to keep his eye on him so he doesn't take off and run. And then you have to step up and make a play, and Blakely was just all alone by himself and couldn't hang on to it.
So now keep an eye on this, though, because the punter is Mike Gunn. And in fact, Mohawk does not have anybody deep. Now finally Bobby Fadden's going to retreat back towards midfield. Thomas literally does it all. Quarterback return and the punter. Gets the snap. It's a low knuckleballing punt. Will bounce right in the middle of that Union U. Takes a good bounce and will be down about the 41-yard line. There are a couple of flags back behind the play as getting tangled up was Nick Cook of Union. Looked like with Scooter McPherson of Mohawk. A couple of hankies on the field, so we'll have to see how we will rule this. While we do, let's take a look at the Mohawk starting offense with Jay Rona behind center. Justin Boston and Sam List will be in the backfield. Dante Retort, Bobby Fadden, Blake Logan, the receivers. You'll see Lightning Leighton Wagner as the tight end. And the offensive line, Jack Mays, Alex Chapman, Don Monaco, Scooter McPherson, and Brian Birchfield. Holding on the Scotties is the call, so they're going to enforce it 10 yards. So Mohawk's actually going to start, or 10 yards. They gave it 15 yards. I thought I saw a holding call, didn't you?
I thought I saw a holding call too, but this would, to me at least, sense personal foul of some kind. 15 yards.
Yeah, they marked off 15 yards, so starting in plus territory.
Ball on about the 44-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Warriors.
Rona will get the snap with 10:19 remaining in the first. He'll quickly look to throw on the slant. Second man through. He's going to make the catch, and Retort's off to the races. One play, one score. The quick strike Warriors on top first.
So how about they get the first strike and go big early in this game and jump ahead with the big play. Retort just went to a spot on the field, and Warner just laid it right in his hands. He was behind the defense again, turns on the Jets. Mohawk gets on the board first.
Jay Rona put that on the money, and just a quick cut from Dante Retort. Impressive, especially considering this. Retort, 17 catches last year, only pair of touchdowns. He gets in the end zone first. About a one-play, 9-second drive. Wilkins on to attempt the point after. High snap, Fadden able to put it down, and it splits the uprights. Mohawk 7, Union nothing. Back in a moment, the Battle of the Border here at lcsportsnet.com.
Joseph's Marketplace is Newcastle's favorite family-owned hometown grocery store and coffee shop. Fresh meats and produce, full-line deli, homemade foods, and much more. Joseph's Marketplace has hot foods prepared every day. They also have Newcastle favorites like grape leaves, hummus, and wedding soup available daily. Follow Joseph's Marketplace on Facebook and Instagram for daily updates, or stop in to see what's cooking each day. Come hang out at the brand new cafe and bakery, full of great coffee, drinks, sandwiches, snacks, sweets, and free Wi-Fi. In a rush? Go to josephsnc.com and place your cafe order online. Joseph's Marketplace, family owned and operated since 1915.
Well, here's your easiest drive summary of the night. One play, 44 yards, 9 seconds off of the clock. The 44-yard touchdown pass from Jay Rona to Dante Retort. 7-0 Mohawk, not even 2 minutes into this game. Kickoff be taken right at the 1-yard line by Braylon Thomas this time. He makes one man miss, sidesteps another, and he'll get out to about the 20, and that's it before he gets stuck in the rugby scrum at the 21-yard line. So you talked about, how hungry is this Union team after getting their first outright WPIAL championship, first trip to a state championship. Well, that's not the start you want if you're Coach Nee.
No, drop touchdown pass on your drive, have to go 3 and out, and then you give up the big play on the other end. Credit to Mohawk. Warner had 2 options on that side anyway, and he went to Retort. But just at that point, the route that he runs, you expect maybe first down, but he just got right behind the defender. Good call to be aggressive if you're Mohawk going after the Union defense after that drop touchdown on Union's offensive series.
Kind of a single wing look. It's going to be a design run for Thomas. Try to keep in the hands of your playmaker. He'll get out to the 25-yard line for a good gain of 4 yards on first down. Yeah, Jay Rona, 13 scores a year ago. And, man, you love talking about 3-sport athletes. We're talking about a 4-sport athlete here, though, in Jay Rona. Also plays golf during the fall season.
Anybody who shoots an 83 in high school at Oakmont, I think you're pretty good.
Played for the state championship golf outing. Quick throw to the flat again for Gunn. Has some blockers in front, but he's met pretty quickly. Reaches forward. He'll be short, but still will make it again a 3rd and manageable. Call it 3rd down and 4. We'll give it a gain of 2 on that play.
Retort and Joe Nail on the stop for Mohawk that time. Again, good reaction by Mohawk. Union trying to go to the edge, and Mohawk's defense is quick to react to it and make sure they get to that corner and cut it off.
Retort, Blake Logan, Justin Boston, and Bobby Fadden, the starters in the secondary. Wagner, Sam List, Joey Nail, the linebackers. On the D-line, you'll see Chapman, Mays, Birchfield, McPherson, and some others rotating in and out. 3rd down and 4. Looks like it's Cartwright who is sidecar left. In the slot to the left is McClinton. It's going to be design run for Thomas. Makes one man miss, but it's going to be a smothering of Mohawk Warriors. But hey, guess what? Thomas is still going. Now they blow the whistle as he stepped out of bounds. It's the Mohawk defense that's come to play early, Eric.
Clogged up the left side where he initially tried to go. He had to bounce it back to the other direction. And by the time he got there, once again, the reaction of the Mohawk defense to get up the field and cut off any kind of running lane. But it really starts on that left side. Dan Monaco was there, and he was the one that clogged that hole early and gave Thomas no room to run.
Again, the veteran men in the trenches for Mohawk. A lot of underclassmen playing these last couple of years. Almost everybody back on that line. They did have to replace an all-conference player, lineman of the year, I believe, in Colton Root, but everybody else getting the job done here for sure in the early going. A little interesting punt formation with men coming in motion. Now the snap back just in time. Thomas will boot it away. End over end kick. Fadden again is going to let it bounce. Takes a sideways hop and will be downed at the 38-yard line. And that's where Mohawk will get their second possession and their second offensive play of the game.
Good job by Fadden to get away from that too so it doesn't hit him. He saw that ball and the converging special teams unit got out of the way, so that way it's not going to take a funny bounce. We were down on the field earlier tonight, by the way, pregame, for those of you watching at home, and it's high grass, too. It's not a slick or shaved down surface, so it's going to be tough with the footing there tonight. You would think that would favor some more power run style attacks, but it's a pretty thick cut down there in the field.
Boston to the right of Rona on 1st and 10. So we approach the midway point of the opening quarter. First carry of the game for Boston, and he's going nowhere. Met immediately, and you mentioned Jamel Mitchell. He said, well, if he was any quicker, he would have taken the handoff himself.
Yeah, he just exploded off the ball. That defensive end, 6'2", 210-pound junior. He's got a lot of talent and a high motor, and he's also got a freshman opposite of him on that the other DN spot in Jordan Kelly that they really are high on. I think he's going to be a contributor right away.
Yeah, 6'3", 180-pound is Kelly. Jordan Brown is the nose guard. Lucas Stanley, Andrew Cartwright, Rondell McClinton, and Denon Bowen, the linebackers. Gettings, Gunn, Blakely, and Jonke in the secondary. Trips to the right of the formation. They're going to hand it off the other way, though. Boston again gets back to the original line of scrimmage. It'll be 3rd and 9 after the tackle there from McClinton.
But I like the commitment to the run, though. If you're Mohawk, you want to get that established and your line to settle down. You want to protect Jay Rona as much as you possibly can so that pressure doesn't really get in his face and force him into a mistake. So you stick with the run. They're in a passing down now, but if their offensive line continues to gel and they can find some running lanes, they're going to be able to start picking up some yardage and lead themselves 3rd and shorter.
Give that last play a gain of 4, so 3rd down and a long 8 to go. Again, trips to the right. That's where Rona's looking. Steps back, now steps up in the pocket, has some room, has a blocker in front. It's going to be a race to the sticks. A great block down the field is going to allow him to get the first down. Making that block was number 84, Jackson Chapman.
Called his name a couple times early, and how about the quarterback taking off and recognizing the pocket starting to collapse, didn't really have anything open down the field, and the angle that he takes running up the sideline to know that he has the ability to get to that stick and just stick his foot down right inbounds to get that extra yard in the first down.
First 3rd down conversion for either team tonight. Needed 8, picked up 9. How about this? Rona, 17 carries for negative 67 yards last year, but you can see when he's got the space, he knows what to do with it. He's going to look left again on the quick slant, and it's caught right at the sticks, falling forward for the first down. And that, to me, Eric, just looked like a, hey, check with me. If we got the space, I'm going to throw it to you, Dante.
It retorts now twice. Run up the field and just got into a spot. Ball's been right on the money. The timing between those two seems like it's down, and really in midseason form already with their 2 routes that they've hit on. Hey, they got to keep the pocket clean. And so far, outside of that scramble that he had for the first down, and I know they've only run a couple plays, but this offensive line from Mohawk early on looks pretty good.
Even that, I could say that's a pretty good pocket, just better coverage downfield and a better awareness to run it on that play from Rona. 1st and 10, he's going to look to throw again, throw it in the flat over the top to Boston, makes McClinton miss, cutting back inside, finds some room, and a good job to make something out of nothing. In fact, he's almost going to get to the first down marker.
Almost ran into Dan Monaco, the center. made a nifty little move. We got a late flag after the play. This might be additional yardage added on.
Right now, it looks like it'll be a gain of 9, but yes, some extracurricular activity after. So while we wait the assessment of that, we want to remind you can get a preview of the upcoming games next week and every week from across the county. Tune into the LC Sportsnet Preview Show podcast delivered by Penn Ohio Bottled Water. Make sure you give Penn Ohio Bottled Water a call for delivery of your 3 or 5 gallon water cooler systems, or get cases of bottles delivered straight to your home or work. The late hit is against Mohawk. So the down will count. Instead of 2nd and 1, it'll end up being 2nd and 16. So both teams have now been penalized with a personal foul.
Early on, got to keep your head. Make sure you don't do anything crazy. We've already seen the 2 penalties here, and both coaches probably can't be happy. We saw Coach Nibala really giving it to his team after that penalty that they had against Union. Hey, don't give them any favors. Get your first down and just accept the yardage and keep going. Don't thwart your own momentum.
So the down counts. Tell you what, I've liked what offensive coordinator Richard Robb has been calling so far. Play action here to set up a little screen, had the man open for a moment, but because of the pressure in his face, had to rush it and could not get it to Chapman.
And Warner just backpedaling. Chapman released out into the flat, and he was there, but that throw a little rushed. Otherwise, they would have had a nice gain, at least would have gotten the penalty yardage back, and probably could have gotten a little bit more if Chapman would have been able to get there, hold on to it, and get upfield.
Denon Bowen and Rondell McClinton, the linebackers that were in there rushing the play. 3rd down and long. Wilkins has a strong leg. I'm not sure he could kick one here from 60-some yards. Uncle Jeff probably could. So let's see how Mohawk does with the play calling here. Throw on the slant. It's going to be high, deflected, and picked off. Reading the slant that time, Grayson Blakely. 8 picks last year, and he gets one on opening night here tonight for your Maduro Bonner Law change in possession.
Well, the pressure off that, it's on the Union right side of the defensive line, so they're attacking the left side of Mohawk's offensive line, Jack Mays and Brian Birchfield, and they just brought a ton of pressure, threw it right at the backfield, and then an excellent play by Blakely to tip that ball, turn around, get his feet under him, and make the great interception. That's the little momentum boost that Union needed.
And they get their best field position to start a drive, starting at their own 40-yard line. Gun to the left of Braylon Thomas. That's Cartwright in motion from right to left. That's where design run for Thomas. Good seal of the edge to now cut it upfield and get a 5-yard pickup. Good kick-out block from Cartwright to set that one up.
Yeah, it really was. We may not see him catch a ton of passes, but we're certainly going to see him try to help Thomas seal off some of those running lanes. And also, when you're Union, you come back, get your top player, get him comfortable right now. Let him get that game feel and get a couple of hits, but also get some positive yardage. I like the design calls and the design runs with Thomas.
Cartwright, I'll tell you what, he's not afraid to hit somebody. He plays hockey for the Wilmington Club team as well in the PIHL, as we're going to get a Pontius Insurance timeout called by Coach Nibala of the Union Scotties. Wilmington and Neshannock have had some fun battles on the ice over the last couple of years, Eric. Hopefully we'll get a chance to get a couple of those matchups from Hess Ice Rink here this season. Glad to have you on board for Lawrence County Sportsnet action. You got your feet wet with WPIL action last night down at Ambridge, and now you get to see what the Sox Russo Stadium is all about. And Lawrence County packed house here tonight between Mohawk and Union.
Yeah, good crowd on hand. You expect that. It's a nice night, Saturday. And, you know, I dig the week 0 philosophy because high school sports gets a chance, high school football particularly gets a chance to kind of breathe on its own. You know, there is football, college football today. Obviously Notre Dame played earlier, so a big school played earlier. USC tonight, but
those are the only 2 top 25 teams playing, right?
Yeah, you get your high schools a chance to just kind of breathe and have their weekend to themselves, and then everything just kind of meshes together the rest of the way. But a nice crowd here tonight, and it's a good way to kick off the season. No bad weather. It's a gorgeous night.
And it gives a chance to get these two teams to play because they played in 2021. Before that, the last time they played was 2007. These schools are 5 miles apart. You should be playing every year.
Yeah, that a shame last year that Mohawk couldn't start their season on time either. But, yeah, you're right.
How about this? Thomas unable to get away from Leighton Wagner, held on and knocked him out of bounds. Wagner lost his lid on the play, so he's going to have to leave the field as a result. But that's Wagner forcing a big loss. That's a loss of 6 or 7.
Well, we've talked about the pressure that Union can bring up front, but this Mohawk defense, at least in this first quarter right now, is showing that they have as much speed and agility to get after these runners for Union. And Wagner, two tackles for loss last season, slew of tackles for loss across this defense returning. So they are most definitely capable of the same type of defensive pressure that Union's able to throw at teams.
That's a loss of 8 on that run. But Wagner has to be off the field for 3rd down and long. 3rd and 13. Thomas rolls out, throws to the right. It's going to be picked off. Joey Nail with the hands. He gets the catch. He's off down the sideline, but he's going to get knocked out of bounds. The question is, though, Thomas got hit. Was it before or after the interception? Is this roughing the passer that may give the ball back to Union?
Yeah, there's one thrown right in the area where he threw the pass. There's another flag thrown over near the Mohawk sideline on the far hash. And that first one back where Thomas let go of the ball might, as you said, James, be for a late hit. But how about Nail just in space, watching Thomas the whole time? Thomas trying to feed that pass. Nail was right there. Nobody else was going to catch that ball. It was either going to be Joey Nail or it was going to be knocked down and incomplete.
Joey Nail, who really impressed in camp, according to Coach McCutcheon. Illegal block in the back against Mohawk on the return. That penalty is declined because there it is, the personal foul roughing the passer, and that's going to give Union a 1st down because that'll be 15 yards from the previous spot. So Union catches a break. Joey Nail's interception goes for naught.
That's 2 times now in this game already that we've seen a mistake cost each team now. So if you're Union and you now were just bailed out, I don't want to say bailed out, but you got on a 3rd down that's picked off, you now get a redo and you get a fresh set of downs. So if I'm that Union side right now, I'm thinking the same thing Mohawk thought after that turnover, and that's I want to try to go downfield. I want to hit a big play here.
And with 3:40 remaining in the first quarter, that's the first down for Union and the first time they've been in Warrior territory at the 48-yard line. Blakely and Gettings, the receivers to the right, Jonke to the left. 2 tight ends in front of Thomas. Actually, one of them was Mitchell, who lined up as a tight end, and just going nowhere is Thomas. Good job to hold him up and allow the convoy to come and make the play. And guess what? It's Joey Nail who started it again.
They are clogging all of the running lanes for this Union offensive line. Verdi also had a hand in that one too, but the line up front is doing such a good job of occupying those offensive linemen. They're just getting the other guys in the space to clog up the running lanes. There's nowhere for Thomas to go. They've cut the outside off. They've jammed up the middle. This has been a great job by Mohawk here in the first 12 minutes up front.
Good job by A.J. Verdi to help clean up the mess. Wanted to mention, too, Wagner a couple times been called. He has the nickname Lightning Leighton Wagner. That's because he's basically a semi-professional racer already, doing sprint races in the area. 3 on the play clock, having to hurry is Union. They send gun in motion, barely get the snap off in time. Thomas quickly flushed out of the pocket. He's going to have to try to make a man miss, makes 1, 2 miss, but he's going to get run out of bounds for no gain.
Yeah, Retort again steps up. They're really, you hear that term spy with a defense. Everybody on Mohawk's team is just basically right now watching Thomas and reacting to wherever he goes. And they're allowing nothing. He shakes loose a retort there, but then right away you have backup Boston right there to push him out of bounds.
Haven't seen Union really go down the field except for that first 3rd down play.
Yeah, it's almost like they have shied away now from taking any kind of chance. Thomas is shaken up, by the way. He's got his helmet off almost directly below you on the sideline here.
Yeah, I think they're going to let the clock run down here, give them as much time as possible, and they're going to take their second Pontius Insurance timeout. Let's take a quick 30-second timeout as well here on the Lawrence County Sportsnet, powered by LCAP.
When it comes to protecting those you love, the businesses you've built, or the things you've earned, you need someone you can trust. Who better to protect your interests than a local insurance agent? Pontius Insurance is a team of local agents helping local residents in Lawrence County and surrounding areas, specializing in auto, home, business, and life insurance. Come see Dan Pontius, Jessica Dix, and Tracy Giddings, and the rest of the team at Pontius Insurance, and receive the personalized service you deserve.
Well, with just under 3 minutes to go in the first quarter. I'm not sure I was expecting to say this stat line. Braylon Thomas, 6 carries for -7 yards. Union as a whole, negative total yardage here in this first quarter.
No, and they had to wait and get that timeout to let him compose himself, because we just talked off air during the timeout. He's taken some hits in this game early on, and you can tell it's starting to wear on him early. I mean, it's a hot night. It's your first game. You're not, now you're playing for real. This isn't a scrimmage. And he's getting rocked on just about every carry that he's had in this first quarter, and you can tell it's starting to get to him just a little bit. He's a tough kid and hopefully can shake it off, but they had to use that time out there. Otherwise, he was not going to be in on that play. You can't afford to not have him on the field right now with your offense sort of stuck right now and trying to find some kind of momentum.
And Lucas Stanley was ready to go and check in on that play. Lucas, kind of like big brother Matt last year, hadn't played since middle school. Glad to see. He's got to be 6'3" or 6'4" now. Definitely taller than Dad, I know that much. Rolling out to his right on 3rd and long is Thomas. He's going to fire one down the middle of the field. Has a man open. It's Jonky caught over the top. And he's in the end zone. Right on cue. Go deep. Find the big man. A 53-yard strike.
How important was that timeout now to allow him to compose himself? Blake Logan, the safety, had the coverage, and Thomas just put that thing on the tip of Logan's fingertip and into Jonky's hands. That ball was razor-thin margin from Logan knocking that away, and it just sailing right over the tip of his finger.
Sideline warning was the flag there at the end of the play. So just the warning, does not affect the score. We saw that last night in the Newcastle game as well. But sideline warning, and now we'll see what Union will do, because they did not attempt an extra point all of last season. Did not attempt one. And guess what? Coach Nee said we'd see it at least once. And it is Lucas Stanley who is on to attempt the point after. Grayson Blakely will hold.
You talked about it in your preview show a couple weeks ago.
Snap back. It's a bad snap and unable to get the hold in time. And the kick is no good, so it remains a 7-6 Mohawk advantage. Back in a moment, the Battle of the Border here on the Lawrence County Sportsnet, powered by LCAP.
Don't get left out to dry. Call the Penn Ohio Bottled Water Company for the fastest and most efficient bottled water delivery service in the area. Penn Ohio offers bottled water ranging from 16.9-ounce bottles to 5-gallon jugs, perfect for your next event or office water cooler system. Also, don't forget to ask about their custom labeling options. Visit PennOhioBottledWater.com for more information and to get a quote on their delivery services. Whether it's at home, in the office, or on the sidelines, Penn Ohio has you covered.
Cold winds blowing, temperatures dropping, and snow is beginning to fall. And then your furnace goes out. LCAP's LIHEAP Crisis Program is here to help. If your furnace is blowing cold air, not turning on, or not reaching the desired temperature, help is right around the corner, whether it needs fixed or replaced. For information, call the Department of Healthy Homes at 724-656-0090. LCAP's Healthy Home programs are the key to safer living.
Make sure you check out the new cafe at Joseph's Marketplace. Proud sponsors of our drive summary coming up to you right here. 2 minutes and 8 seconds off the clock. A 6-play, 60-yard scoring drive. 53 yards from Dane Jonky to Braylon Thomas to Dane Jonky, excuse me. Kick no good while we're at a 7-6 score line. But a big answer from the Union Scotties as Thomas kicks this one off end over end, taken at the 16-yard line by Dante Retort, trying to go up the middle and find some opening. Actually gets out towards the 37-yard line, but a flag thrown right at the end of that return while they sort out the penalty, Eric. Just talk about how big that whole sequence is. You have the hit, the timeout called, and then the big strike.
Well, you have to make teams pay for the mistake. So Mohawk makes the mistake on the penalty. They're going after Thomas. They're trying to lay into him a lot, punish him with some of these hits. Kid's resilient. I mean, you're going to have to really put him away if you want to make sure he's not going to make plays. But I go back after that play, and then they get the fresh downs. But that timeout that they called basically saved him from missing a play. So they call the timeout. He gets to recoup himself, gets back in the huddle, is fine, and throws a touchdown on the next play. That's almost it's one of those things that they had to do to keep him on the field, but what a great call to get that timeout to make sure he was in on the play.
After the holding penalty, they'll start at the 28-yard line for Mohawk. Play action, Rona looking down the field, fires one down the far sideline. Going across the field is Fadden. What a perfect dime! And Fadden stays in bounds. Yes, he does. 72 yards from Jay Rona to Bobby Fadden. You couldn't have handed it off better than that. Talk about a Maley Chiropractic Play of the Game nominee.
Grayson Blakely is staying stride for stride with him, but Warner does a great job of leading the receiver. Fadden, of course, has the speed. He's a year older. He's a year stronger. Great chuck down the field, and a nice job by Blakely really to stay stride for stride with them. But that was all the throw on that touchdown to lead the receiver and just give Fadden that little extra extension he needed to beat the coverage.
So you have a 9-second scoring drive and now a 22-second scoring drive.
Where's this ball control offense we thought we might see?
Oh, yeah. Isn't that what Coach McCutcheon said? We're going to be balanced. We're going to control.
Yeah.
Well, when you got the receivers that they have and when you have the quarterback of Jay Rona throwing some dimes. Impressive stuff as a point after is good. 14-6 your score. Well, you have a moment. Want to give a shout out to a couple of union sponsors here tonight. The Union Area Education Association, again, supporters on the Lawrence County Sports Net. Also want to give a shout out to the Union Volunteer Fire Department. They have their pasta night coming up. I have the information on that here real quick. The pasta dinner fundraiser coming up on Sunday, October the 1st. Courtesy of the Union Volunteer Fire Department and also the Mahoning Township Fire Department, proud supporters of Union Scotties Athletics. They ask you to go check out all the raffles and lottery ticket giveaways that they have on their Facebook page. We thank all of our sponsors, and especially some of these Scotty Proud sponsors. They were big for us to be able to get all the broadcasts on the air throughout the postseason runs of basically every Scotties team, it felt like, last year. We were glad to have them again with us this season, but right now they see their Scotties trailing by a 14-6 scoreline.
Seems like in a game where the momentum's it's shifted back and forth several times early on here in this first half, but this Mohawk defense with a lead now once again, and the way that they've been going after Braylon Thomas, let's see if they continue to try to pound him here on some of these hits. They've done a good job so far of cutting off those running lanes. And outside of the one play where Thomas just threw a perfect pass, beat the coverage. How about the last two touchdown throws by these guys?
No kidding.
With coverage stride for stride, and both guys are throwing their receiver open.
Well, probably a couple of top quarterbacks definitely in the county, but in all the WPIL, and you don't get a lot of notoriety because you're in a small school. You know, you're not exactly in the Pittsburgh hotbed of markets. So a lot of times these guys get overlooked, but they're showing it off when they have this opportunity. Yes, on Saturday night. Thomas now with a chance. Can he respond? He goes. He pumps. He looks. He pumps again, and now he's going to go upfield and fights forward. That's a good job of showing patience. Something that Coach Nee said he like that development, not just tucking and running too quickly, and that's a great example right there. He let that play progress as long as he could.
Well, they had McClinton down the field, but Retort, again, sticking to him. The coverage was very tight, so Thomas didn't want to force anything down the field. And you're right, he stays patient, gets what he can, avoids any kind of major contact, avoids a mistake. Trying to stay ahead of those sticks. It's been tough for this Union running attack here in this first half.
Giddings and McClinton to the left, Blakely and Jonke to the right. It's Andrew Cartwright who is the lead blocker, and that's going to be Mike Gunn taking the direct snap, his first carry, and he'll fall forward for the first down. Gain of 3 on the first carry for Mike Gunn out of the Wildcat.
Nice job to switch it up, too, because Gunn, we talked about it in the pregame show, just as explosive as anybody on this field. And they've had trouble getting the ball in the hands of some of their playmakers in these early series. So line up your next most explosive guy, let him take the direct snap, and hope that the running lanes can open up.
And actually, take a look at this. Braylon Thomas again on the sidelines, actually talking with the trainer, trying to get something sorted out there. So Gunn again will be behind center. Cartwright to his left, 3 receivers to his left. That's where Gunn looks to run. Cuts it upfield immediately. Almost lost his footing. Good job to maintain just long enough to at least gain a couple of yards.
Yeah, found a little seam, but again, that Mohawk defense, Leighton Wagner that time, also, yeah, Boston also was in the mix, but again, trying to cut those lanes off, but a nice job to cut back, get what he can. We'll keep an eye on this Thomas situation as far as
Yeah, he's back ready to go on the field, but the team's going to come off the field because that is the end of the first quarter, and an entertaining one. 3 long touchdown passes, 2 for Mohawk, 1 for Union. 14-6. Warriors lead. Back in a moment at lcsportsnet.com.
When the high school season heats up, make sure you have the best gear to support your school. Head to the Red Zone on Wilmington Road in the Shannock for all your county sporting apparel needs. From sporting goods to custom apparel to embroidery and more, the Red Zone has it all. Quality gear for all 8 schools in the County of Champions. Stop by and enter the Red Zone or visit them online at theredzonesports.com. Score big at the Red Zone.
Second quarter coming your way as the teams switch sides. Get ready for quarter number 2. We're going to be ready for game number 2 next week. Quick shout out. We'll be seeing the Scotties again. Eric and I will be down at Helling Stadium to check out the Elwood City Wolverines. They were in a barn burner last night. 27-26 victory
over Brentwood, and had to stop Brentwood on a 2-point conversion try with about a minute and a half to go, and then recovered the onside kick. That was a wild game last night. Had a chance to go back and watch all of that this morning, and just an exciting way for them to pick up a win. That's a young team. Looks like they got a lot of promise.
A lot of exciting action in week 0 last night in Lawrence County games as Thomas throws this one on the crossing route and just waiting until Blakely got open, and that's Blakely's first official catch in 2 seasons. He had no joke last year, 8 interceptions. He also had a bunch of 2-point conversions, but never had an official catch on offense until that one right there.
Good job on the route too, just dragging all the way across the field. Thomas again staying patient, good protection up front by Union to make sure he had time to throw the football. Puts a great throw right on the sideline. Blakely's outside the defender, and the throw was right on the money.
Gain of 9. Blakely now in the slot to the right, 2 receivers each way. Cartwright again lined up as the running back. And he's going to be a lead blocker, kind of on a design quarterback draw. Thomas had a hole, but it was closing up quickly. Still a gain of 5 on first down.
Well, that's the key, though. It looks a lot of times teams will run to set up the play action pass. In this case, they probably may need to throw the ball to set up the run better, and that's to get that lid off of that Mohawk defense and get those guys away from the line of scrimmage and respect the downfield ability of this offense. That'll open up some more running lanes, and that's what they've done on those last 2 plays.
And that's interesting, Eric. We'll talk a little bit more about that because usually you hear it the other way around.
Yep.
You use the run to set up the pass. Chips to the right, and we'll see what direction Union does go. They will look to throw as Thomas rolls that way, throws on the run, and making a sliding effort. Did he drag the feet? Yes, he did. Andrew Gettings, beautiful job going to the ground. Kept the knees off the ground, but kept the feet dragging the whole way.
On the position of where Thomas is throwing that football, you can tell he's a year older and much, much more wise as a quarterback than he was a season ago. Trusting his arm, puts it right on the money, right in that pinhole. He's getting that ball pinned up on the sideline. There's little room for error on a throw like that, but he trusts himself and he trusts his receivers to make sure they're in the spot, and he puts it right on the money.
And getting some good coaching from the quarterback's coach, also calling a good chunk of the plays. Rob Nogay, who hasn't been on the sideline for about 17 years, the girls basketball state championship coach, former football coach at Neshannock, calls this one as a throw out to the flat and a good quick hitter. Again, getting these 4 or 5 yard gains. We didn't see that much in the first quarter, Eric. They're ahead of the sticks in here in this quarter.
Routes quicker and the throws quicker too. They're getting the ball out fast, and Mohawk, again, you're pushing that Mohawk defense back when you throw the football, and if it gets them away from the line of scrimmage, now you come back and try to hit them with a run up the middle or a run to the outside with all those guys trying to chase all those talented receivers down the field. it should open up some running lanes for him. But right now, Thomas, it's his arm. They've gotten the offense jump-started here.
Thomas will get a breather, though. It'll be, again, Gunn in the Wildcat on 2nd and 5. This is the 8th play of the drive that started back at their own 20-yard line. Gunn with Cartwright as the lead blocker, trying to find some room, and he does. He's got a first down and still flying forward inside the 30. We'll mark it down at about the 27-yard line.
Even though the Mohawk defense knows what's coming if he lines up in that formation, it's the fact that everybody has to now drop back because they're afraid of that pass now. Quick routes, first downs, moving the ball down the field. So even when you bring the running back in and telegraph that you're going to do it, it still opens up the run lanes. This offensive line's doing a much, much better job blocking up front for Union on this possession.
8-yard gain, first down. 3-yard gain, first down. 5-yard gain, first down. 5-yard gain, first down. That's how this drive has gone. Gunn now again in the Wildcat on 1st and 10. Cuts upfield. Good job to plant the leg and basically runs right up the back of one of his defenders. But again, he's going to pick up about 4 or 5 yards.
Cartwright had a good block, too, to try to help him get to that edge and turn upfield. Joe Nail, another stop. We got an injured Union player on the field.
It's kind of a huge jumble of bodies right there at the tackle, at the place of the tackle.
Can't tell if that's one of the linemen. Yeah, that's one of the linemen. It's Damian Carbone who's down.
One of the 2 new starters on the offensive line. Damian Carbone, just a sophomore, battling for one of those spots. I want to give a shout out to Denon Bowen, because how about this? Played football his whole life, decided it wasn't for him, decided not to play last year. And look what happens. The team ends up going on that long run all the way to the championship. Well, guess what? His cousin Mason, the old center, no longer here. He's probably saying, thank goodness. You know what? Now my cousin's not there, I'll go back out and play, and I'll take his spot. Now the starting center is Denon Bowen. So glad to see him back out there. And he's kind of a vocal leader out there. For somebody who wasn't on the team last year, to be a vocal leader on that line is something pretty impressive as well. Something you don't want to see, though, is Damian Carbone not putting any weight on that right leg as he hobbles to the sideline.
Yeah, it looks like it's a right ankle injury or right leg injury. We're able to get him over on the bench. And, you know, you were talking single A football, so there's some depth on this team, but, you know, not a lot. I mean, they had 32 players when they opened camp. They only had 27 last year, and were able to take that all the way to a state championship game. But the numbers are a little bit better, but you're still spread pretty thin when you're in single A level.
I mean, it's nice, though, in single A if you have a junior who's listed at 6'2", 220 coming in to replace him in Rogan Hupp. Nice luxury. He's now at the right tackle position. Quick throw out to the left flat. A little low throw, but good job by Jonky to come and make the catch, but he made it with the knee on the ground, so he's going to be just shy of the first down marker.
But again, quick route, quick throw. They're not allowing that Mohawk pressure to get at Thomas, and they're not allowing the defense to drop back far enough. These are quick, very timed out routes that they're running right now and getting the ball out of Thomas's hands, and they're also limiting the hits too, which they needed to figure out a way to start limiting some of the punishment that he was taking early in this game.
11th play of the current drive, Eric, and this is the first third down that they have faced. They will face it in the Wildcat with Gunn. He's going to run to the right, and he actually loses his footing immediately, falls forward, and I'm not sure he got there.
Where they marked it on the side judge.
Yeah, he's saying
like,
no good.
Yeah, it's going to be maybe a half a yard short. Gunn just couldn't keep his footing, and we talked about it earlier. I mean, this is not, it's not turf. It's not a shaved down field right now. This is a pretty thick cut of grass that's out in that field, so the footing tonight is going to be something as this game gets into sunset that we're going to have to keep an eye on here.
They're bringing in an extra lineman here on 4th and 1. Daniel Macabia is going to be in there on the line. It looks like they're going to have, as a tight end ineligible on the left-hand side right now, is the normal left tackle, Jamel Mitchell, and it's going to be a quarterback sneak, and he dropped the football, couldn't get it, and then now fighting forward, he loses it again. Thomas had a chance to even pick it up and get the first down, but it was knocked away. So it's going to depend who recovered it and where they recovered it.
Just seemed like that was awfully rushed. They lined up quick. They got everybody set, and it was a formation we haven't seen yet, and Union did recover it.
Wow. They recover it and get the first down as a result. Wow.
Union, first down.
Well, that's an interesting way to do the old fumble-rooski.
Just like you drew it up, right, Coach Nogue?
First and 10 for Union.
Yeah, that just looked like sort of rushed when they got lined up and they were in a formation that they weren't familiar with or haven't run yet tonight. And it just seemed the snap was rushed, the decision was rushed, and then Thomas is able to just pounce on it and keep the drive alive.
Well, part of the reason why it was rushed, there was about 2 seconds on the play clock because they were late getting the right personnel on the field. But still surviving. They'll get it to McClinton on the jet sweep this time. Cuts up the field and is going to get down inside the 15 down to the 14-yard line as Union is in the red zone. The first time either team in the red zone tonight. Make sure you stop by the red zone on Wilmington Road in the Shannock Township for all your county sporting apparel needs. And Spirit Sales, remember, can help raise you big money for your organization.
Like the snap that time a little high, too, so Thomas did a good job to corral that and get it in the hands of the speedy McClinton.
We said that Union or Mohawk would be the team that had the long drives, right?
We thought so. We certainly thought so tonight.
This is play number 14 on the drive. Mohawk has run 9 total plays of offense.
Yeah, we thought ball control would be the MO from Mohawk tonight.
Rolling out left. Now Thomas stops. Going to change back, go across the field. Gettings left alone. Little backyard football action on that one to find Andrew Gettings in the back of the end zone.
You see how important Thomas is? Everybody has to pay attention to him when he's got the ball in his hands. So if he rolls out one way, the entire defense is going to roll out that way, even if they're not seeing the receiver behind them, because they want to pay attention to him. He's got the ability to take off and run and make everything happen. And then he just drags everybody to one side, nobody paying attention on the other side of the field, and a nice little flip. And they're going to go for 2 here and try to knot this thing up.
14-play, 80-yard drive.
Would expect them to go for 2 probably the rest of the night.
8 minutes and 58 seconds on that scoring drive as Thomas rolls to the right on the conversion. Has to step inside, but Boston hangs on, throw at the last second. No fear in the throw, can't get picked off or returned, but the conversion fails. It remains a 2-point Mohawk lead. We'll talk about that long scoring drive when we return here on the Lawrence County Sportsnet, powered by LCAP.
BMF Tax and Financial provides businesses and individual tax prep, advising, and consulting. With over 10 years of experience, BMF Tax provides you with big firm expertise with small firm service.
I'm Braden Fisher, owner of BMF Tax and Financial. Together, we will help you get a better understanding of your taxes and build a relationship along the way. At BMF Tax, I want to take the stress away from taxes and allow you to focus on what you do best.
Call or visit bmftax.com to set up a free consultation. BMF Tax and Financial. Taxes made simple, life made easy.
At Medore Bonner Law, we're more than just attorneys. We're your community partners. With a combined experience that spans decades, attorneys Jason Medore, Michael Bonner, and Greg Rossitelli are your trusted advisors for all legal matters. From personal injury to estate planning, business law to family disputes, we are here to guide you through every step of the legal process. Our full-service, community-based approach ensures that you're not just a client, but a valued member of our family. Give us a call or visit us online at MedoreBonnerLaw.com for more information.
Talk about a gem of a pass there. Give a shout out to our friends at GEM, Master Builders and Craftsmen, family owned and operated general contractors for 4 generations, building your community for 70 years. Felt like that drive lasted for 70 years there, Herrick. 14-play, 80-yard drive, officially 8:58 off the clock.
And they cash in after the miscue on the 4th down.
Yeah.
I mean, they got lucky to keep the ball on a fumble recovery, end up getting the first down, and then make the Mohawk defense pay. I really like the design of that touchdown, though, again, because Thomas is such an important factor on the field that you have to account for him at all times. You pay so much attention to him that you forget there's other guys. There's 10 other guys that are out there running around, but his importance allows that play to develop and keep a guy wide open because everybody's paying attention to him on defense.
Chad Seidel makes a tackle on that short kick. I believe it was Connor Hart who got that quick return from the 30-yard line, and instead of the squib kick, it stayed off the ground. And how about the quick idea of Hart to run forward and get a 15-yard return? Great field position.
Nice job, and also the awareness, too. Saw a lot last night, a couple of pop-up kickoffs and teams not recognizing that they may be live ball situations. So nice heads up to make sure that the return, not just fall on it, but get something out of it. But also don't let that ball just go live and Union racing down the field to recover it.
Two receivers to the left for Rona. He's looking that way with Fadden in the slot. They're going to look for him right down the seam, and it's going to be almost a one-handed catch. Blakely again in the hip pocket, but it doesn't really matter. Rona's putting him right on the money every time. Doesn't matter how good this coverage is.
Yeah, he is really throwing a good deep ball right now. Again, credit to Blakely, too, for the coverage because he is staying stride for stride with Fadden, and that's not an easy thing to do. Last year he had a knack for really finding space in the field, ran a couple of nice wheel routes, ran a couple of curl routes where he just got lost and people forgot about him, and little zip passes to him that turn into big gainers. So he is not an easy guy to stay with.
2nd and 10 now for Mohawk. Rona's going to go in motion, but I think we had extra movement. I think both both Fadden and Retort on the near side started moving forward. So that's the 4th penalty against the Warriors here tonight.
Something to clean up, a little bit different now than scrimmages. So it's live games now, and they'll clean that up. I'm sure get talked to about it too in the locker room at halftime here, and come out and try to play a clean second half. But Mohawk's got to try to keep some momentum here. I like the deep shot, but they really got to try to keep some momentum here on their side.
I lasted as long as I could. Sunglasses are now on. Fadden again in motion. Rona setting up the screen, and it's set up well. Boston with a convoy in front of him. Cross midfield. Great block down the field by Retort. I guess not. He got him in the back.
That was so well set up. Retort just a little too much, a little too aggressive from that backside. But, man, you got 3 linemen blocking downfield and Retort doing his job on the near side. Credit to those linemen for getting down the field and really sealing off that wall. Good field vision by Boston to make the cut to the outside, and Retort just gets a little too much of that backside on the block.
Okay, so it will be a block in the back. It'll go down as a 12-yard completion to Boston, and then the 10-yard penalty to bring it back. Remember, the new rules in high school football, and again, huge thanks to our friend John Yerich for all that clarification, because the spot foul always is no longer the case. Anything that's in the backfield is going to be given back as a penalty from the original spot. This being a penalty down the field, that is a spot foul, the exact same way that it is in college or in the NFL.
It's going to be a change for everybody. We saw some confusion last night as far as where to mark some penalties off due to new rules.
Another deep ball. Retort's got a step. Retort's got a touchdown.
Touchdown on the play.
Now, what a throw. What a throw.
Reception by number 9, Dante Retort.
By Rona. And again, getting behind the defense. That's getting to as the coverage, but Retort showing off his jets in this game tonight. Making up for the penalty, too. I mean, what a job. He gets called for the penalty. It costs you a nice gain on that screen, and then you go right back to him and reward him with a touchdown. That's a good way to make up for it, but, man, he is showing some serious speed tonight, beating these defenders.
I'm glad you said that, because I love that call from Coach Richard Robb. Your kid just made a mistake, your senior captain. Give him a chance to go make up for it, and he certainly did with the 53-yard touchdown. Low snap, Peter drill, and it's going to be Fadden as the holder now trying to run around, do anything he can, just throws it up for grabs, and it's going to be knocked down by Blakely. So the conversion no good on the bad snap, but it's still a 20-12 advantage for Mohawk after the 3rd touchdown pass for Jay Rona on the night. Let's keep it right here at lcsportsnet.com. Jay Rona, 6 completions on 9 attempts, 190 yards, and 3 first-half touchdowns.
Yeah, it's a pretty good line for a guy coming out in his first game this season. And, you know, Coach McCutcheon had said before the game, he's not the biggest, he's not the fastest. He's just an overall really good athlete. I mean, he plays 4 sports. He does all of them very well. He's an excellent basketball player, tremendous golfer. And, you know, when you think of the strategy that goes into all these different sports and how much you have to retain and the difference, you know, you're out here in a football field, you have to read 11 other guys and make sure timing's down, routes are run right, blocking lanes are set up, communication with your center. And then when you go out on the golf course, you're not playing against anybody else. You're playing against the course. You're playing against the topography of the course. This kid has the acumen to put all of that together and excel at 4 sports, and that's what makes him one heck of a quarterback.
I remember talking to Coach McCutcheon about that last year. He said he didn't even know that Jay played golf. He just kind of asked him last year during the preseason, hey, do you mind if I try to go for the golf team and, I might have to miss a couple of practices for the big tournaments, but he wanted to be with the football team first. And he said, yeah, absolutely, we can share. And even he said, I haven't noticed if he's been gone at any of these practices. I'm not going to complain. He's been here with me, but I've been seeing the scorecards coming in. They've been pretty strong again here this season for Rona on the Lynx as well.
Anybody who can go and shoot back-to-back 83s at this level at one of the toughest courses, probably the toughest course next to Marion in the state of Pennsylvania and Oakmont. I've been there, I walked that thing, and it is not an easy round of golf.
First and 10 for the Scotties.
So you're telling me you shot an 82, not an 83, right?
No.
After another touchback, following the third touchdown from Mohawk. By the way, all of those scoring drives under a minute in length. Can Union get a nice long drive again? This first pass is incomplete, intended on the far sideline for Dane Jonke.
Union's starting to press a little bit here and trying to force the ball, or at least use the pass to force the ball downfield. I still think that's going to open up some run. They don't have to panic yet. They still have Thomas on the field. He's starting to get into a flow, throwing the ball, the routes, the timing, all that's coming down. So you don't have to panic down 8. And again, you like to go for 2 anyway. So down 8 is a perfect scenario for them at this point.
If you're looking for the Neshannock versus Sharon game, you can switch to Sports Radio 96.7. Say listen to them while you watch us here on the Lawrence County Sportsnet. Thomas running out of time, big pressure, trying to avoid 1, 2, 3 in the backfield, and somehow does. Now sprints up the middle and gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that's about it. But that could have been a loss of about 15. Instead, it's actually a gain of 1.
Everybody trying to recognize where he's at, and Thomas thought he had the numbers after outrunning a bunch of guys in that backfield. Tried to get upfield, but a couple linemen stayed home, made sure there wasn't much that he could do with it. But that is a good job to save what he could.
Jackson Chapman again in the backfield coming from that linebacker position. He and A.J. Verdi have been a nuisance for the Scotties here so far defensively. Give it a gain of 2, so it's 3rd down and 8 coming for the Scotties. 1 of 4 on 3rd downs here tonight is Union. Quick throw. This is Lucas Stanley at quarterback. Throws it out to Thomas on the wing, and he breaks a tackle. Thomas with the catch down the sideline, and he's going to have enough for the 1st down as he takes out one of the coaches in the process. So there's one of the wrinkles that we were potentially anticipating at some point.
Well, you said to expect this offense to evolve as the season goes on, and you had mentioned to me that they put a lot of things in even during the week. A lot of retention for these guys to pick things up quick. That's a nice wrinkle. And it also, you're still utilizing Thomas as a weapon, but you're also making sure that he's not back there facing that pressure. And you've run that Wildcat, so you have to respect it. You don't know what's coming out of it. You don't really expect a pass. And Thomas, they used him as a gimmick that time, and it worked out nice.
Gain of 11, and got a little confused when it was the lefty who was throwing the ball. So he's the 3rd different person to take a direct snap for Union. The other one, with Thomas being here, Mike Gunn, that's his 6th Wildcat carry. The last couple have not done much. This one a gain of 1.
Yeah, Mohawk is now, they don't I would think that Mohawk doesn't respect Gunn's ability to throw the ball. We haven't seen him throw the ball. So every time he lines up back there, they know the run's coming.
Well, you got to keep an eye now on the clock, too, because Union with just 1 timeout remaining in this first half and down to 2:35 on the clock. Thomas back behind center with Cartwright to his right. Jonke in the slot to the right. That's Blakely in the slot, and he's the one that's going to be looked for. Nail makes another interception. Full extension yet again. Joey Nail from his linebacker position. We kind of talked about it. He's kind of a hybrid linebacker safety. We talked about it earlier in the week, and he is showing off these hands. Joey Nail, big pick.
Well, what a great job, too, really to disguise his coverage, because Thomas thought he had the route and the ball there, and he really didn't account for Nail, who's coming out of nowhere and really coming from Braylon's blind side. He was coming from Braylon's left to right. He's looking right side to throw the ball the entire time that route's developing, and does not see Nail coming out of his left side to reach in there and pick it off. Excellent job of coverage that time.
Now Mohawk on the other side in plus territory with 2:17 remaining in the half, and they have all 3 timeouts remaining. Oh, and they have the option to receive the second half kickoff. Big drive here from Mohawk, and maybe even bigger for Union defensively. Able to get the pass off his Rona, a bit of a lame duck, but it's going to make its way down the field for a touchdown. The 4th deep touchdown pass. This time it's Blake Logan.
You know what you're seeing out of Mohawk in this first half, James, is you're seeing a killer instinct. Mistakes and go deep and just drive that nail home. No pun intended, but drive that nail home every single time Union has a turnover. If they make a mistake, make them pay for it. Make them chase you. Be in the driver's seat the whole time. And the way that Rona's throwing the football right now and the way these receivers are streaking down the field and getting behind these defenders, and he is just, even a duck like that is on the money for the touchdown. This kid is on another level right now throwing the deep ball.
It's a 9-second drive, another bad snap. Fadden able to corral it, trying to just run around and extend the play as long as he can. Yes, he throws it right-handed, and it's caught! Are you kidding me? Dante Retort on the catch.
I have no idea how you defend that. They're just throwing jump balls up at that point. Fadden, what a move to throw that. Backpedaling basically against his body, and Retort just out jumping everybody. He is putting on a clinic, Retort, in this first half. I know that there's been other guys that have done really well defensively, Nail, and Fadden's had the big play, and Rona's throwing the ball great, but man, Retort is putting on some kind of clinic in this first half.
One play, 45-yard drive. Blake Logan gets the touchdown catch. This is absolutely a passing clinic, to say the very least, from Jay Rona. 4 touchdowns in his 10 attempts here on the evening. 235 yards throwing the football.
He's going to have a borderline perfect quarterback rating in this first half, too. He is on another planet right now. There is hot and there is hot.
If not for the interception, which was on a deflected pass, I think you're probably right. He's way above perfect. Now Wilkins will show off the leg again after not being able to on the last 2 extra points. And here's a rule that I know it gets brought up every year. How much longer before they get rid of this automatic touchback, allow you to try to return one from the end zone?
I think it's more of a player safety issue, but I agree with you. There's a lot of things that they need to look at as far as changes to some of the rules. And I'm a proponent of pass interference being a spot foul. I like the change in the holding, in relation to where it is on the field, whether it's down the field or in the backfield. I think that's a good penalty. I'll be 100% honest with you. I didn't know until last night that if you got tossed in a scrimmage that you had to miss a game too.
Oh, wow.
That one's new to me as well.
I mean, it makes sense.
It does. They treat them just like regular games.
5 receiver set, Gunn in the slot to the right, Blakely to the left. He's the man in motion with 2:08 remaining in the first half. Big drive here for Union, and they get started on the wrong foot. Somebody got moving a bit too early.
But what a weapon you have, though. I mean, if you can exploit that rule and pump them in the end zone and limit the big playability, especially when you have a guy like Thomas back there who can go the distance, use it. I mean, that's a lost art in high school football. How many times have you seen a high school special teams unit, they don't kick accurately, they're not great from certain distance? If you can take advantage of that rule and put this team on the 20 and play a little bit of a field position game, you might as well do it.
Yeah, it was 2 years ago. I believe it was Thomas who had the kick return and Gunn who had a punt return touchdown in the game against Mohawk. This time using the legs from the quarterback position is Thomas. He scrambles up the middle. He's going to gain about 12 or 13 yards, but he's a little slow to get up now.
Yeah, he is taking some hits again, and he is not getting up after that one. And, again, very similar to the touchdown where everybody has to account for him on defense. So when they pay too much attention to him and all the options that he has, then he's able to make something out of nothing with all that defense spread out. But that is not a good sign that he has not gotten up yet.
Yeah, kind of an awkward tackle, too. Kind of got balled up, and then somebody kind of rolled over him in the process of making that tackle.
Yeah, they got the training staff. You can see it out to attend to him.
Trish Stevens-Senis with a sprint out there on the field. I will say this. Trish, you got some work to do to catch up to the Newcastle trainer last night, who was full 40-yard dash every time she needed to go on the field, which if tonight is anything like last night with the number of cramps that you normally see in week 0 games in the second half, I have a feeling that we're going to see both training staffs being much needed in the second half. But right now we'll see what Union does with 1:59 remaining. The clock's going to rewind as soon as we're ready to play, and there it goes. And we're going to see we'll see Lucas Stanley back at quarterback. No, we'll see Gunn in the Wildcat on 2nd down and 1.
Not sure if Thomas just took an awkward hit, needs to catch his breath, but he is down on one knee right now.
Gunn fakes left, runs right, and well read. He's still up, though, folks. He kept the hand down, did not go to the ground, and is able to get a first down as a result.
And he's going to go right back in the game, too.
Clock stops briefly while the chains move, and Coach Nee is going to take his final Pontius Insurance timeout. Make sure you take the timeout and save money on your insurance with a local agent like Dan Pontius, Jessica Dix, or Tracy Giddings. Give them a call and get started today for your home, business, auto, or life insurance.
We have the number for this evening's 50-50 raffle.
So 1:38 remaining. If you're just tuning in, well, we're on pace to get pretty close to the scoreline that we saw last night up in District 10. Wilmington and Sharpsville. What an instant classic that one was. 49-42 the final in that game. Colin Summers for Sharpsville, over 400 yards passing and 7 total touchdowns. Again, numbers that you don't see very often, but if you look at this right now, Jay Rona is on pace to match that, Eric. He's got 235 and 4 touchdowns here in the first half.
In the first half, yeah. And we saw that Sharpsville team a week ago, scrimmage against Neshannock. They showed some fight in that scrimmage. I mean, you're talking, Neshannock really, I thought, played well in that one, but it was a very tough. Sharpsville looks like a pretty blue-collar team. Try to out-tough some of their opponents this season. Ran the ball, I thought, pretty well in that scrimmage last week, what we were able to watch of it. So not really surprised that they got into some kind of shootout and hung with a team like Neshannock, but we'll keep an eye at the scrimmage. And then also Wilmington last night. Wilmington, of course, has been fantastic these last handful of years, getting to a couple of state championship games. So
Thomas, with no timeouts remaining, gets the snap. Scrambling, has a lot of room in front of him on the near sideline. First down and more across midfield, and there's the headsiness of the senior to get out of bounds at the 44-yard line. 18 plus 6 is a 24-yard gain, by far his longest of the night.
Well, and the importance of him throwing the football in this second quarter, late first quarter into the second quarter, and the defense now respecting that by dropping back, opens up the field for him. So if he keeps the play alive and there's nothing open, the field is wide open for him to run. That's what we were saying earlier about, the reverse psychology or the reverse plan of passing to set up the run. Not a design run that time, but the field opens up, it spreads out for him to find room to do it.
Trips to the right, now Blakely in motion. McClendon is the slot to the right. Thomas looking down the field, now directing traffic. He's going to step up again. He's going to throw one right at the line of scrimmage. Has a man open and tiptoeing right in front of the pylon. He got the catch. However, I think he was past the line of scrimmage when he threw it.
Yeah, there's a flag right on the sideline. It's thrown right at the feet of a couple players on the Union sideline.
Right now it's a 42-yard. And there it is. He was past the line of scrimmage. Illegal forward pass is the call.
I want to go back to the play, though, itself. And the bull rush up front by Alex Chapman from Mohawk. And Thomas almost just stood there anticipating that he was going to come after him and then stepped away from him and evaded another defender. That's just such a heady play to keep it alive. But, man, I'm telling you, when that ball was snapped and Chapman basically put one hand up and shoved 2 dudes back and said, no, I'm going after your quarterback right now. That was a strong move by Chapman.
A heck of a catch that goes for naught, by the way, for Andrew Gettings. So it's a 5-yard penalty and a loss of down, 2nd down and 15. 3 receivers to the right. We're down to 5 on the play clock. Blakely having to hustle to get to his position. Thomas getting chased from behind, steps up, now fires one on the run down the field. Got a man open. Touchdown, Scotties. Dane Junkie from 49 yards out. More fireworks here at Sox Russo Stadium.
What a throw by Thomas. And he really has 2 options on the play because McClinton went right through 2 defenders and into some open space, and had Thomas been on this side of the field where we are, he would have seen McClinton and done the exact same thing. That's an excellent design route to free those 2 guys up. A great throw by a great quarterback. And here we go. It's, you talk about going for 2, and this puts them right back in the situation here. If they get this, they're only down by 8 again. So no panic, have to feel comfortable, still have a guy in Thomas on the field, and they can still make things happen.
McClinton in motion, jet sweep to him, cuts up the field, and he's upended. Falls forward, I don't think he's going to get to it. Good job making the tackle, A.J. Verdi. Conversion no good, keeps it a 10-point game, 28-18. Let's step aside real quick, back in a moment at lcsportsnet.com and the Trib Live High School Sports Network.
Your Union Scotties 18.
When injuries get you sidelined, don't trust just anyone to get you back on the field. Visit Health in Motion Physical Therapy in Shenango Township. They want to get you back to the top of your game as quickly as possible with certified orthopedic and manual therapies. At Health in Motion, you receive quality one-on-one time with a board-certified physical therapist. Get the next generation of physical therapy to help in your recovery. Health in Motion is the first PT clinic in Western Pennsylvania to use the Nuvie, the neurobioelectric stimulator, in their therapies. Their technologies can reduce your time on the sideline from 3 or 4 weeks to just 3 or 4 days. Don't wait for months to see improvement. Notice a difference after your first visit to Health in Motion, keeping you moving. Works in Progress Painting wishes a successful and satisfying season to all Lawrence County sports teams and athletes. Work hard and bring honor to your team and how you play. Joe Wright and his family have been providing painting, window cleaning, and other property services for homeowners and businesses in the Lawrence County area for over 10 years. Their goal on every project is to provide a meaningful service that honors their customer, God, and their family, and to have fun while doing it. Works in Progress is now booking interior painting and related projects for the winter season. Call Joe today, 724-714-4294, to discuss your next project.
59-second scoring drive, and another quick tick taken at the 30, out to the 42-yard line on the return again is Connor Hart. A flag thrown, right near midfield on the return. So let's see now here, again, Mohawk, all 3 timeouts and 1 minute, 3 seconds on the clock. Hey, Eric, every one of their scoring drives has been under 1 minute.
It has, and it's a lot of them have come by way of the deep ball. So, you know, the coverage that Union has played has been pretty good. They've been stride for stride with some of these fast receivers running down the field. So can they get a stop here? Can they get out of here without any further damage done? Mohawk is going to get the kick to start the second half, too, so keep that in mind. If they're able to go for the little double up there, score at the end of the half, and then score at the beginning of the next half.
After the penalty, they'll move it all the way back to the 33-yard line.
You almost feel like if you're going to play coverage against these guys, give them the middle of the field. Just keep everybody back and take away the deep ball, but give them the middle of the field if you need to.
Trips to the left for Rona. Braylon Thomas now in on defense as well, trying to help with some of that coverage, and they go that way. A little bit too high and too hot to handle for Retort this time, but you can see a few too many times being thrown over the top there, Eric. They have to make a defensive adjustment. Coach Dean does it before halftime.
Yeah, over the top, and they drop 2 safeties back pretty deep too, so they're trying to take away that deep ball on that, and let them have the underneath route. Let them have it. If they can get down the field in 57 seconds by doing, the underneath stuff, let them, they do it. That just tells you how good they are, but take away that deep stuff. We'll see them line up in that formation again and make sure nobody throws it deep.
2nd and 10, only the 4th incompletion. 7 of 11 right now is Jay Rona. 2 receivers to the left. They are going to hand it off up the middle to Boston. Mitchell will hang on and make the tackle across the 35 to the 36-yard line. How about this? That's only the 4th running play of the game for Mohawk. 11 passes and 4 rushes.
They got all 3 timeouts, too, but not really calling one here, and the clock continuing to run under 40 seconds now. Yeah. So they don't seem too rushed here to try to get more points before the half. They seem pretty content.
I think that last play is one of, hey, if we can get a big gain, then maybe we'll go for it. If not, let's be content. Or, hey, you know what? You can take one last shot. You can throw it deep. Give a shot and see maybe you get something in field goal range and try to kick a long field goal.
The 7-second difference between the play clock and the game clock, so they're going to have to run one more play if they're going to kneel down.
They're just going to take a knee. Mohawks is going to take a knee and wisely take a 10-point advantage into the locker room. We're going to take a quick break here as well. We'll come back. We'll get a quick recap. We'll also have both performances of the Warrior and Scotty marching bands when we return on the Lawrence County Sportsnet, powered by LCAP.
For 20 years, Melee Chiropractic has treated athletes of all ages to help them get safely back to the top of their game.
Maley Chiropractic has 3 full-time doctors in their office, and all 3 are former area athletes who have had to battle injuries throughout their careers. They want to help you get safely back on your feet. But more importantly, help stop the injuries before they happen. Prehab before you rehab. Attention all high school student athletes. During your sports season, a $30 visit to the Maley Chiropractic office includes an adjustment and/or all therapy is necessary. From the athletes of tomorrow to the weekend warriors and everything in between. Let Maley Chiropractic keep you in the game.
Drum majors, Emma Gallagher and Nolan Motter. Let's start the show. Ladies and gentlemen, the Mohawk Warrior Marching Band. Thank you. Have a great evening and go Warriors.
That was the Mohawk Warrior Marching Band under the direction of Mr. Jason Zay. They're all in with their drum majors, Emma Gallagher and Nolan Motter. I want to give a shout out too because the Chapman boys wearing the uniforms were out there as well. Give a shout out to Jackson and Alex. Love seeing the football players out there on the field with the marching band there as well, Eric, as we await the Union Marching Band. Just real quick, 28-18 just in general. Talk about this first half that featured nearly 500 total yards of offense.
Big plays and great throwing by Rona. I mean, gets the ball down the field. Coverage has been there, but he is just putting the ball in a spot right now. He's throwing his guys open, so to speak, and they're making the big plays. I like the aggressiveness of Mohawk, capitalizing on the Union turnovers and making them pay. And for all the talk that, we've talked about this game all week long leading up to it, thinking like, okay, balance the offense out, not in terms of plays run, but in terms of yardage, ball control, try to play keep away from this team, and it's been the exact opposite. They come out swinging. Union, you just wonder what happens if they hit that early pass down the field. If that's complete and they score a touchdown right away like that, what happens? Instead, they go 3 and out, and then Mohawk's like, okay, well, we're going to take advantage of this. We're going to make them pay for what they did going 3 and out, and it's been their ball game now.
We'll talk more about that here in a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen,
we'll turn it over to PA announcer
tonight's
Allie
halftime
Ross.
performance is the Union Area Scotty Marching Band. How many songs can you name that have a color in the title? Yellow Submarine by the Beatles, AC/DC's Back in Black, Prince's Purple Rain, or how about Black and Yellow by Wiz Khalifa? Tonight, our band is getting colorful by playing songs with a color in their title. 99 Red Balloons by Nina, Blue Suede Shoes by Carl Perkins, and Black and White by Michael Jackson. There's an old joke that goes, what's black and blue and red all over? Well, tonight's answer is the Union Scotties Marching Band. Drum major, senior Elliot Lyskuka, and sophomore Charlotte Durallo. Is your band ready? We open our show with the 1983 German hit, 99 Luft Balloons, which was later re-recorded in English as 99 Red Balloons by the artist Nina. Our version features a trumpet solo by our rookie 7th grader, A.J. Kulkin. In 1955, songwriter and guitarist Carl Perkins wrote Blue Suede Shoes, a song that many consider one of the first rockabilly songs ever. Perkins incorporated musical elements of the blues, country, and the new popular rock and roll music into this catchy tune. The song was such a hit that Elvis Presley covered it barely a year later as the opening track on his first album. The band's version of Blue Suede Shoes honors the original author's legacy by adding an electric guitar solo played by drum major Elliot Laskuka. You can do anything you want, but lay off my blue suede shoes. Black or White is a 90s hit from the king of pop, Michael Jackson. The song, which took over a staggering 18 months to write, instantly became one of the fastest chart-topping songs of all time. An estimated 500 million people tuned in to watch the premiere of the music video when it was released in 1991. This infectiously energetic piece closes out our colorful show. Please enjoy Black or White. The Union Area Scotty Marching Band is under the direction of Devin Householder, Majorette Instructor Diana Borowski, and Scotty Girl Instructor Jessica Kosciuszko. Scotty Girl captains are senior Caitlin Schuler and junior Alexis Kosciuszko. The Majorette captain is freshman Elizabeth Glidden, percussion instructor Antonia Perrone, and woodwind instructor Katrina Lewandowski. Majorette choreographer is
talking
Marissa
about
Kaplan.
the second
Thank
half
you
of this
for your
football
continued
game. Again,
support
shout out to
and
Devin
our music
Householder and the color out there for the Union Scotties Marching Band. Again, drum majors Ellie Laskuka and Charlotte Duralu. And we got to talk about the PA announcer there for the Scotty Marching Band this year. It's senior Allie Ross, who is a state champion, the state of Pennsylvania Distinguished Young Woman Champion, Allie Ross. So glad to be able to hear her voice on there as well. Congrats to her. Congrats to all the Scotties from the previous school year with all the incredible accolades, and now a chance to start it off here with the 2023-24 campaign, trying to pick up right where they left off from a year ago, Eric, but they're going to have an uphill battle to start this second half, trailing Mohawk by 10, and Mohawk will get the ball first to start the second half.
Yeah, I would say it's pretty safe to say that this is going to be the game right here, because if they get a stop defensively, Union, and get kind of momentum back, there's going to be no panic in their offense. The game is not out of hand by any stretch. Yeah, they have to chase some points here. Yeah, they have to convert a two-point conversion when they get their next touchdown. We know the kicking situation, so it's a touchdown and field goal game. So we know that it's going to have to be touchdowns likely, but the onus is going to be on their defense to come out here early in this third quarter and really set a tone. And they did a nice job at the end of the second quarter with the two safety look, trying to prevent those over-the-top passes and really just give Mohawk the underneath stuff. If they can continue to do that and limit the big playability, and at the same time start dialing up some pressure. Rona's barely been touched in this first half. They have to get some pressure on him in this second half to start things here if they're going to feel comfortable putting the game in their defense's hands. They won't panic offensively. They know that they can score points. They know they can get the ball down the field, but they have got to get a stop on this first series here to start the third quarter.
That's Eric Thomas. I'm James Dotson. Glad to be here at lcsportsnet.com. Lawrence County Sportsnet powered by LCAP, our third game of the opening weekend. Some of the scores from last night, a great Our Lady of the Sacred Heart team. How about their new quarterback? Put up over 300 yards and 4 touchdowns in their victory. 32-10 was the final in that one. Elwood City, we talked about earlier, 27-26 win over Brentwood. A great game there. How about the great game up north, 49-42, Wilmington losing to Sharpsville. I saw a great one in Newcastle last night. Double overtime, but falling to USO. That's University Prep, SciTech, and Obama Academy. That was a 26-20 final score. And Laurel, 37-6. They scored the final 30 points in that game to defeat New Brighton. So the Spartans starting 1-0 on the season. The other game going on tonight, Neshannock up north at Sharon. They're currently trailing early second quarter to the Tigers, 7-0 in that one. We'll keep tabs on that one, and thanks to Professor Briggs, professorbriggs.com. Check out some live stats of that game, where you can listen at Sports Radio 96.7. Speaking of stats, let's look at the first half statistics, brought to you by Joseph's Marketplace. Make sure you follow them on Facebook and see what's cooking today. Family owned and operated since 1915. Mohawk has run 16 plays. Union has run more than double that, 33 plays, but both are about the same. 249 yards from Mohawk, 226 for the Scotties. But the big numbers are with the QBs. Braylon Thomas, 9 of 12 for $146 and 3 touchdowns. Jay Rona, 7 for 11, 235 yards and 4 touchdowns, each with a pick on the day. Dante Retort, 108 yards and a pair of touchdowns. Jane Jonke, 109 yards and a pair of touchdowns. A lot of numbers that are very, very similar all across the board, but the big one right there is just one more big play touchdown for Mohawk, and that's why they have the 10-point advantage here at the half.
Yeah, it is. And again, stops on this possession. Don't allow the deep ball. Stay patient. Don't have to get all 10 points back on one possession when you get the ball back when you're Union, but they must amp up their pressure, and they must prevent those over-the-top passes, especially early in this. If Mohawk has done one thing in this game to their absolute best ability, it is capitalizing on their chances in the first half. Turnovers, big play. Turnover, big play. throwing deep, beating coverage, having the right matchups when they throw a retort down there, where Logan had the long touchdown one too. They've really taken advantage of every opportunity that Union has given them in the first half. Union has to stop that, and they can stop that by just amping up the pressure up front. They had it early, and then Rona started throwing the ball deep, and it just kind of loosened all that up. They had to respect the pass and really drop guys back. They weren't able to tee off up front. Mitchell, Jordan Kelly, those guys up front have got to amp it up here to start the second half.
Real quick, before we kick it off the second half, we talked about our keys of the game. Let's see how our teams are making progress. Taking a look at those works in progress plays of the game there, Eric.
Yeah, we said about balance for Mohawk, and there hasn't been any. I mean, they haven't run the ball much, but they've been so effective at throwing the ball and limiting the big plays on their end. You know, Union's had a couple of big plays, but Mohawk, for the most part, has held true to that one and not allowing them to really get the big chunk plays. They're up by 10. They've had a couple of stops. The one Union touchdown drive seemed like it took an eternity. So they have limited the big plays, and I think it's kind of gone according to script really in this first half. Minus the balance thing, really. But you'll throw that out the window if you got a 10-point lead and your quarterback's almost perfect in the first half.
Works in progress, now booking interior painting projects for both residential and commercial properties. Mohawk, yeah, they don't have the time possession advantage, that's for sure. I didn't get a chance to officially add that up, but they only had about 6 minutes of possession in that first half, as incredible as that sounds. And with a whistle and a false start, that's the 6th penalty now for 60 yards. Against the Mohawk Warriors. That's something I think you'll, if you're Coach McCutcheon, you'll want to see cleaned up.
Yeah, certainly will. And, you know, you're talking about time of possession. This isn't, you know, the basketball and grass or like a run-and-shoot style offense. This is just chuck it down the field and have a big play happen because you have playmakers out there. They wasted no time in that first half on any of those drives. And they were all perfectly timed out after mistakes. Make Union pay for some of those. And, hey, the way you're going to get to slow this Mohawk defense or the Mohawk offense down is your defensive front. Your two bookend defensive ends are going to have to start getting after the quarterback.
5 minutes and 46 seconds of offense. That's what I just counted from the first half, and only the 5th carry of the game. Justin Boston, though, going nowhere. Actually, he's going to lose a couple of yards. He ran right into the interior of that line. Rondell McClinton in there, as well as Jamel Mitchell and Denon Bowen, all part of that stuff up front.
Yeah, nice job by Bowen that time. And Mitchell is the guy who we really talked about him in the first half as a high motor guy in that defensive end spot. They've neutralized him for the most part. The offensive line for Mohawks done a good job. They've given Rona the time to throw the ball, but they have to find it within themselves to get after the quarterback. They got to start pressuring him. It's a 3-man front. They'll bring guys up in the box as needed, but those two ends have got to start making some hay up front.
Sun finally setting behind the trees on the far side of Sox Russo Stadium. It's 2nd and 17, and there's some pressure on the edge. Rona ends up losing the ball. It's on the ground, and picking it up is McClinton. He's got the Medora Bonner Law change in possession. First person around the edge was Jordan Kelly. The freshman started that one.
Yep, and again, the bookends, the talented freshman Kelly. They are very high on him and his ability, but Mitchell and Kelly, they have to collapse that pocket. They do a great job there, and Kelly off the ball. As soon as it snapped right in Rona's face, huge turnover early in this third quarter. That's exactly what Union needed. They needed to get the pressure, and they needed to limit big plays. They did it all there. You had the cherry on top with a turnover deep in Mohawk territory.
You want Medora Bonner Law change your possession. Make sure you protect your possessions, at MedoraBonnerLaw.com. A community firm with a personal connection and individualized service. Wide snap, but Braylon Thomas able to handle it. Goes to the left side. He'll make it into the end zone, but he's going to be pushed back as there was a hold there on the edge. It looks like Gettings is going to get caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
Yeah, good call by the officials over there. That was unavoidable there. Gettings thought he might have been able to get away with it, not knowing that the official was right there in his back. You could really call it on every play. I mean, if we're being 100% honest, but if it's that egregious, you have to throw a flag.
You tell me if you can see it up from the booth. Might make a bit of a difference. So that'll move the ball back. So actually they're going to say the flag was downfield, so it's back at the 17-yard line. So technically a 3-yard run from Thomas before the 10-yard penalty. That is a spot foul. as it was a flag down the field. So first and goal from the 17-yard line as the Scotties are in the red zone. Thomas again, design run this time to the wide side. Stiff arms Boston. He's going to get back to the line of scrimmage, maybe a gain of or 1 or 2 before he's ushered out of bounds by Sam List.
Just nothing on that edge again. We said that earlier in this game about nothing really being on the edge, and Mohawk doing a good job at cutting those corners off. They do it again there.
Second down from about the 15-yard line.
Running to that wide side has not been effective. What's been effective is the passing game for Union, and then running after setting it up with the pass.
This is the first real attempt for either team getting down into the red zone.
They have not been able to sustain much on the ground, but we'll see if they can use Gunn here. They've used him a bunch in this Wildcat set.
And he's going to run to the left, has a big hole right up the middle, and a good shoestring tackle as Boston got sealed outside, but was able to make probably his 8th or 9th tackle this game already.
Yeah, that was an excellent job. And Braylon Thomas, by the way, on the sideline again, and he was getting a cramp worked out, it looked like. So he is, you know, we said it in the first half that he took some hits. You could tell he was feeling it a little bit. He's a tough kid, obviously, but they've got to be careful, obviously, that he doesn't take too much abuse. But Gunn that time had the hole, and Boston just made a nifty play to get over there and trip him up right by the shoestrings.
Yeah, it is a long season, and yes, this is non-conference, but don't tell these kids that it doesn't mean anything when it's against your local rival just a few miles up the road. 3rd and goal from the 11. Thomas rolls left. He's going to throw it towards the back pylon, and it's going to be just a little bit out of reach. They were trying to find Grayson Blakely going for that back corner.
That was a good design route, too. Almost looked like a sort of a wheel route. He leaked behind Fad in the corner. Might have been a little bit of contact there to separate himself. Just a little too far in the pass for Thomas that time.
Correct myself, that was Dane Jonke, the intended receiver on that 3rd down. And 4th and 11, not much of a kicking game. We did see an extra point attempted in the first half, but the snap left something to be desired. So it will be 4th and goal from the 10, and it's actually going to be at the quarterback position, Lucas Stanley.
Extra blocker, too.
Hand off to Braylon Thomas, and he's going to look to throw, and he throws towards the sideline, tiptoeing. Did he keep it in bounds? They say no. He did not keep the right foot down. He is out of bounds, and Eric's all over it. Said could not quite drag the toes, did Dane Jonke.
Excellent call. The official was right on it. It was a great design play. They had the extra blocker in there to make sure there was protection. You mentioned Stanley getting the snap and then the little pitch to Thomas to throw it. It was a very well-designed play, but you could just see that back foot not able to stay, that front foot not able to stay and drag with the ball in his hands. Good call.
That's one I know the coaching staff are going to be wanting to look at the replay, but we got a pretty solid angle right there and just could not quite drag it long enough. So even though you had the turnover deep in their own territory, Mohawk defense able to stand firm and get the ball back. But again, they're in the shadow of their own goalpost. 1st and 10 at their own 11. Boston sidecar to the left, rolling to the right, is Rona. Good fire on the comeback, but dropping it there was Dante Retort. Haven't seen many of those here today from either team. Retort 100 yards and a pair of touchdowns in the first half. That one slipped through his fingers.
Little comeback route. He ran that once on the touchdown that he had early in the game, and nobody was with him, and he was able to take off down the sideline. But that time the coverage there, and you see what Union's done with their defense here is they back guys up again, trying to prevent that down the field pass. They'll give up the underneath. It's what they did at the end of the second half. It's what they're going to have to do. They have got to figure out ways to limit those deep balls and make sure that they can still keep getting pressure.
Down to 2 on the play clock as Rona gets this snap. He's rolling out, scrambling, running for his life, being chased by Kelly. He's going to throw it away. Diving attempt, and no, it hit the ground. Braylon Thomas thought he had it, and did just barely nipped on the ground as Thomas thought he had a diving pick.
I thought he had it too, but just couldn't hang on to it. But again, you know, you're seeing nothing down the field for Rona to throw to. And they're closing out the spaces that he has underneath, making it very tight windows. They're also getting pressure. This defense for Union has figured it out here the last couple of series. They're not allowing those deep passes, and they're really tightening up those windows.
That was close. So we just saw the replay on our feed. 3rd down and 10. Rona again looks to throw, fires over the middle on the slant, and good defense by Dane Jonke to knock it away. Maybe slightly behind Blake Logan, but Jonke all in his hip pocket.
Yeah, he was, but makes a nice play, recovers that time. 6'2", used the frame, the long wingspan, stuck his hand in there, knocked it out. Good stop by the Union defense.
So that drive had as many incomplete passes for Jay Rona as he had in the entire first half. And believe it or not, that's only the third time that Mohawk has faced a third down, and this is the situation they don't want to be in. Blake Logan will punt it away from their own end zone, and you got the big guns, well, one gun and a Thomas back deep, standing at midfield, awaiting this punt. Good spiraling punt, though. Thomas will take it at his own 48-yard line. Gets upfield in a hurry, though, 40 to the 30. Blockers in front, and that's what you want to get for Union. Room in space, and that is a 33-yard punt return, and Union right back in the red zone.
Yeah, and they have got to capitalize on this too. And you can't. You're only going to get so many chances deep in the opponent's territory, and it looks like Thomas is down again.
Yeah, this is just a cramp.
Yep, that's what he had worked on. Well, last series too, so hopefully they can get that knocked out of his calf or his leg and get him some fluids in him too to make sure he's all right.
Now, this delay on the field brought to you by Creative Edge, where design and construction come together with expertise from concept to creation. Creative Edge combines their extensive construction experience with creative design to make your project into a reality. Well, coming up after the game, we'll have our Tri-County Principals post-game show. We'll have a play of the game, and we'll also have, or our player of the game, excuse me, we'll also have our Maley Chiropractic play of the game. And I'll tell you what, we got a bunch of options already to work with, Eric, and I have a feeling, though, we probably have not seen what our play of the game is going to be with this one. We're going to have our work cut out for tonight. Good thing we have a good staff working with us here tonight to make those calls.
I think we have a couple of favorites, maybe. You know, a couple 3-to-1
favorites,
guys
yeah.
or 3-to-2 guys, but you know, in terms of odds, but not necessarily a sure thing yet.
Your out-of-town scoreboard tonight is brought to you by Health and Motion Physical Therapy. Make sure you give Mike Mirko a call. Get better, faster, and get back on the field using Health and Motion Physical Therapy techniques. You'll find yourself back on the field 60% more quickly. Taking their time to make sure that Thomas is properly stretched out. Your out-of-town score coming in, it's now a 20-0 lead for Sharon over Neshannock after a pick six. 2 touchdowns just about 20 seconds apart for the Sharon Tigers.
And Thomas finally up, but he's hobbling. And he is going to have to come out. He can't put any weight on that left foot. Left ankle, left foot. They gotta get him worked out here.
So we'll see. Will they go with Gunn back in shotgun or no? It looks like it will be Lucas Stanley out there. Taking the reins, 1st and 10 from the 19-yard line.
Get that man some electrolytes down on the sideline. He is in some pain.
High snap, able to get the snap and get it to the jet sweep of McClinton, but good job to stretch it out by Boston and by Logan, and that's going to be a loss of a couple yards.
Yeah, we said it in the first half and just said it a couple minutes ago about the Mohawk defense reacting and cutting off the edge. They're back at it again. They have enough speed to match this Union team on those edges. Those corners, the fast linebackers, and they continue to work on Braylon Thomas. He's got a towel over his head too. Like, he is in some pain down on that sideline, James.
They're trying to get any fluids that they can into him. But right now, you got to now trust a junior quarterback. Again, hasn't been playing football for a couple of years now. Lefty back out there on the field. He's going to have Cartwright to his right. 2 receivers left. Grayson Blakely is in the slot to the right. He's going to throw it on the run, and it's going to be caught by Jonke at the 15, dragging a tackler. And it's finally knocked out of bounds at about the 9-yard line. Looks like he's going to be just shy of the yard to gain. Needed to get to the 9. They're going to mark him at the 10. How about that for throwing it across his body? That's a lefty throwing to his right.
Yeah, that was a tough throw, tough angle to throw. Cash Stratton was the one who had the coverage that time. You're asking a 5'11" freshman to hang in there with Jonke, who we just said on that last defensive play, he's got the reach and the wingspan. Tough physical play to fight away from that, and a good throw by Stanley. And they're going to go with gun back in that Wildcat look.
Yep, 3rd down and about 2 to go.
They are still working on that left leg of Thomas.
High snap, good job by Gunn to corral it, knowing he didn't need much, and he got enough. Needed to get to about the 9. They're going to mark him down at the 8. We'll give him a gain of 2 and the 1st down.
Good physical run that time. Tough to get those 2 yards.
3 of 7 now on 3rd down are the Scotties.
When there hasn't been that consistent run option for this team, not the run option, but the ability to run the football up the middle, little power type football, but you fight for those 2 yards. You're seeing a little tougher of a Union output here in this 3rd quarter. They got to cash in, though, on this possession.
And it's Gunn in the Wildcat. He's going to take his 10th run right up the middle, waiting for his blockers. Now cuts to the near side. It's going to be a race to the pylon, except he's tripped up by Blake Logan.
Yeah, excellent play by Logan, and then Chapman cleans him up. We got another player down on the field towards the middle of the field, and that's another Union player. That looks like it's Cartwright.
And he's going to get stretched out for some cramps as well. So far, we've seen probably, 2 or 3 Union players go down with the cramping. You wondered how conditioning was going to be. And right now, looks like Mohawk might be the ones who are, or at least tonight, better hydrated.
They are, they're still working on Thomas down here, too. He is in a lot of pain right now. And they're trying to, you can see down on the bottom of the screen, right over the score bug, the Mohawk score there. That's the trainer working on him, or one of the coaches working on him. And he earlier had a towel over his head, and he has been sort of writhing in pain down there. That is a tough cramp to be working out.
So if you're just tuning in, you missed an incredible first half that featured 7 total touchdown passes. 4 of them were at least 44 yards. 4 touchdown passes for Jay Rona, 3 for Braylon Thomas in that first half. Union had a chance early here in the second half after getting an early turnover. Couldn't capitalize after having 1st and goal from the 10 to start their possession, but they hold Mohawk to a 3 and out, and again started this possession into red zone again. Now going to be facing a 2nd and goal from the 5 when they get back to the action, but they're starting running back / tight end and Andrew Cartwright. He's hobbling off the field with a cramp. Braylon Thomas still trying to get fluids back into him. Since that long punt return, he has been unable to return to the action.
Cartwright's been more of a blocker here tonight. And go back to Stanley. Has there been a threat to throw? He would be the one of the 2 other guys that have taken snaps to do it.
Rolling left, now steps inside, looking for the goal line, dives forward. He's not going to get there, but he is close. Mark it down at about the 1 yard line. Gain of 4 on his first carry. 3rd down and goal from the 1, and now you might say it's probably when you would more likely see back to the gun show.
Yeah, they are going to do that, it looks like, as Stanley's over on the sideline, but Gunn is back there in the lineup too. They're going to keep Stanley, so they're going to have their 2 run threat. I like putting the 2 of them out there. If you know what's coming from a Mohawk standpoint, but you don't know who's going to have it, you have to have those 2 options if you're going to run this type of formation.
10 seconds on the play clock. 2 receivers each way. It is Gunn to the left of Stanley. It's going to be a keeper for Lucas Stanley, and he is eaten up immediately. The bull rush right up the gut. That's going to be a loss of probably 3.
Alex Chapman again, Joey Nail, bunch of guys that we have called out here tonight, up the middle and just pushing the Union front back. Still working on Thomas, or rather he got up, but he is not, I'm not sure, ready to.
Yeah, he's
to
still
come
walking
back.
around.
He's still walking it around. They're still working on Cartwright down there too. These guys are having some major cramping issues. No chance here you would kick. No need to kick it here. You got to get this 4 yards here, and you got to capitalize on this drive.
McClinton slot left, Blakely slot right. Stanley gets the snap, rolling to his right. He's going to throw towards the end zone. Touchdown! The 4th down conversion. Dane Jonke with his 3rd touchdown reception of the evening, and there's their chance to see the flashing lights as Stanley gets his first touchdown pass.
And see, that's why I like those two in the backfield together, Stanley and Gunn. If you're going to run those wildcat or those running quarterback formations, I like having those two back there together, and I like Stanley as the quarterback more so because he has the ability to throw the football. You don't know if he's going to keep. You don't know if it's going to be some type of read option. You don't know if Gunn's going to get it, and you don't know if Stanley's going to throw it. It gives you more options on the field when those two are lined up in the backfield together. That was an excellent design play.
4 yards. Dane Jonke getting his third touchdown catch of the night, but this time it's from Lucas Stanley.
Just go right back to that style, that formation. Put the two of them back there, switch it up. Maybe don't have Stanley throw the ball this time, but I would have those two line up in the backfield again and give yourself some kind of option. And now McClinton's the one who's down. So another player that is suffering from some of the cramping issues tonight. You know, I go back to the WPIL title game. We said it at the onset tonight, too, about the Union defense and how they scored in every game. This is a team that forced 4 turnovers, and the defense scored twice in the WPIL final against BC. And you said about 5 of the 6 playoff games in 22, they scored, the defense scored.
Yeah.
This is a defense that, as this game has gone on, yeah, they've given up big plays. That little switch at the end of the second quarter to not allow those deep passes and those 2 safeties back there and give up the underneath. They got a turnover in this quarter. They were able to get a big punt return. This defense is starting to find some footing, too, when they're out there in the field, and that's that's going to flip the script here in this game the rest of the way.
Stanley rolls out left, pumped, now steps back inside, and he's running forward, and he is waiting for a signal. He's in there. The run for Lucas Stanley cuts the lead down to 2, 28-26. We got a great one here in the battle of the border. Mohawk leads by 2. Back in a moment on the Lawrence County Sportsnet, powered by LCAP. For 20 years, Melee Chiropractic has treated athletes of all ages to help them get safely back to the top of their game. Melee Chiropractic has 3 full-time doctors in their office, and all 3 are former area athletes who have had to battle injuries throughout their careers. They want to help you get safely back on your feet. But more importantly, help stop the injuries before they happen. Prehab before you rehab. Attention all high school student athletes. During your sports season, a $30 visit to the Melee Chiropractic office includes an adjustment and/or all therapy is necessary. From the athletes of tomorrow to the weekend warriors and everything in between. Let Melee Chiropractic keep you in the game.
Love it.
Union fans loving it. Score back down to 2, 28-26. A 7-play, 19-yard drive. It took them just about as many plays as you could from the 19. But, Eric, they punched it in, and they did it without, 2 or 3 starters on that last play.
Yeah, 3 guys going out with cramps. Thomas looks like he's okay, but we'll see if they even put him out on defense. 2-point conversion try. Stanley and Gunn on the same side, running to the same side. Nobody had an idea who was going to have it. And there's another fumble.
Lucas Stanley was in on the kickoff. Lucas Stanley makes the hit and the fumble. Recovered by the Union Scotties. Another Medora Bonner Law change in possession. He was going down towards the ground, but the ball was loose before it hit the ground.
This team is defending better. They're playing special teams better since the second quarter. Obviously, they've cut this down to a 2-point game, which is critical, and they got the 2-point conversion that time. But they are hitting harder, too. They're doing to Mohawk what Mohawk was doing in the first quarter and the second quarter against Thomas, and that's they're hitting guys when they have a chance to make a stick. They're doing it. This game is completely flipped now, completely flipped.
Well, we said defense was going to be the key. Can you do your assignment? Can you can you do what needs to be done? And that's basically what Union has started to do here after giving up 4 big, long touchdown passes in that first half. They've limited the opportunities here late in the first half and then into the start of the second half. And we said special teams was a key for Mohawk. That's a special teams turnover that is going to put this Mohawk defense that has been out there a lot tonight, Eric, and they're back out there again.
Well, and this team, we said it, how hungry are they? They know what it takes to get to a championship game. They know what it's like to be doubted. They know what it's like to have their backs up against it, and they fight through it. They did it last year, put their best football together in the latter part of November and into December, and tonight playing with some resiliency. They're going to just have to try to out-tough Mohawk. Mohawk's been really good up front. They've had the big bombs, the big plays, but it seems like the toughness between these two teams has completely shifted back to the Union side, and that might be a dangerous thing because they got some dogs on that defense, and they got some big-time playmakers in this offense. If they start playing with a little bit more of that toughness that we've seen here in the last few minutes, this is going to be interesting the rest of the way.
That's Eric Thomas. I'm James Dotson. Shout out to our crew, Aaron Vigiano and Dom Summers producing. We got Josh Toman running some of the cameras here tonight as well. Always nice to work with the Union production crew, as we will plenty of times throughout the course of the year. A lot of Big Seven matchups that are going to be here at Sox Russo Stadium. We're going to be out at Warrior Stadium in a couple of weeks for the, I believe, the Mohawk Riverside game. No, that's the one that's at Riverside. We're actually probably going down to Riverside for that one, but a couple of big games late in the season for the Warriors at home. I think we're looking at two of the top teams that we're going to be seeing throughout the course of the year here in Lawrence County, Eric.
Yeah, I'll be curious next week what Elwood City brings with Union. And, you know, they had to fight through a tough one last night with Brentwood, stop that two-point conversion. They're going to get a Union team that's going to be coming off an emotional game either way.
Mm-hmm. So Thomas back in there after missing the entire last scoring drive. He's got two receivers each way and brings Gunn to his left. Waits the snap. He's going to drop back. And he's going to heave one down the far sideline. Has a man open, but just a little bit too far out in front of Andrew Gettings, the intended target.
Good route. Gettings showing the speed down the field, and Thomas just uncorked that one. Trying to hit that big play early, but I like it because, again, what has set their success up offensively has been throwing the football. And they have the ability to go throw for throw with Mohawk. We've seen it. But it's their ability to throw the football that's been their offense tonight that's really opened things up. They can keep throwing with some kind of consistency, and again, that run game, it's going to spread the field out, and the run game's going to show up for them.
5 different players have caught a pass for Union. 4 different receivers for the Warriors. 5 seconds on the play clock. Just direct snap right up the middle for Braylon Thomas. He lowers his shoulder. He's fighting forward. He's going to get close to the first down. He will be short. It'll be third and very manageable, though.
Good job to follow his block. He's cramped up again. He's got to come out again.
Cartwright, who cramped up earlier, he's going to make his way back in. Gain of 7 for Thomas on that play.
He's walking this one off, not getting attended to.
And a lot of times this is not just game day hydration. This is the days leading up to it.
It was pretty humid and hot earlier tonight, but it's cooled off some since the sun's disappeared.
Sometimes that's what makes it even worse.
Exactly.
And whistle and movement up front. Somebody got started a little bit too quickly, so 3rd and 3 just became 3rd and 8 for the Scotties.
You get in that heat, and your muscles stay pretty loose, and then you cool it off a little bit, and they start tightening up somewhat.
He'll back it up and play it again.
5th flag against the Scotties for 40 yards on the evening. Mohawk now 6 penalties for 60 against them. Stanley back in there. He'll have Cartwright to his right on 3rd down. Jonky and Blakely to the right. That's where Stanley is rolling. He's running out of time, and he's going to get sacked. Gets back to the line. That's it. And it will be 4th down. And decision time maybe, too, because your punter is on the sideline right now.
I think you go for it. I think you have to trust your defense the way they've played and the adjustments that they've made. I think you have to go for it.
Now they are going to bring the punt unit out. Took a while to make the decision, but they are going to send the punt team out there, but Thomas is not part of that punt team right now, so it will be Lucas Stanley to boot it away. 10 seconds on the play clock. So we see him try an extra point, throw a touchdown, run a conversion, and now he's going to have to punt one away. got the snap off. End over end kick. It's going to be caught at the 15-yard line by Fadden. He's going to try to break to the sideline. Long way over there, and he's ushered out of bounds on the far sideline by Gianni Miller. I don't know, he stayed in bounds. Excuse me. He is still in bounds. He's gone.
There is a flag down. Flag down at the 30.
Right now, it's an 85-yard touchdown on the punt return. There's the special teams key. But there is a flag all the way back at the 30-yard line. I'm still trying to figure out, Eric, how he even stayed in bounds.
We'll see what the discussion is about.
I'm not sure how he stayed in bounds either, but this is likely going to be it's in the area of a block in the back, so we'll have to wait and see here.
Blindside block, actually.
Blindside block, so it's going to be against Mohawk. That is a shame to wipe that off the board.
So that's the second big play that has been negated by a penalty. They had an interception from Joey Nail that was called back with a roughing the passer. Nail would get an interception later in the game. But now here, an 85-yard punt return for a touchdown negated by a blindside block. It'll be 15 yards marked from the 30, so they will start from the 15.
Now Mohawk right now is treading a little bit of water here because they've had a couple of bad mistakes in this third quarter. They were fortunate there. You know, Fadden almost comes up with a big play, but then it's called back. They've given up a touchdown. They've turned the ball over. They're sort of on the sea. They're teetering right now, and this is a really dangerous spot because their offense has not had the fluidness that it did in the first half. These last, say, quarter or so, going back to the latter stages of the second quarter.
They've run 5 offensive plays here in the third quarter. Play number 6, Rona looks to set up the screen, and it's going to be caught with his knee on the ground. So that's going to end up being a loss of a yard or 2 on the play. Completed to Joey Nail, his first catch of the season.
Yeah, Rona had to dump that off quickly because there was some pressure coming. And that's the other thing that Union's done here is, you know, we said they got some dogs. They got a couple of them up front. We said those bookends, and they're starting to show up here. They're starting to get some pressure. They're starting to really disrupt Rona's ability to throw the ball. There's nothing downfield right now. They've done a good job of putting a lid on that for the moment.
Rona looks to throw. It's going to be on the slant. And it's going to be caught by Fadden. He's going to fight forward and get the first down. Correction, that is Zante Retort out to the 30-yard line. And you could see even on that one, the coverage, Jonky kind of had to hesitate because there were 2 receivers in the area going opposite directions, and he chose the wrong one.
Yeah, there was, and that was a perfectly timed route. That was a quick throw, quick route. Retort's actually running to the ball as it's thrown, and a nice job to put it to him there that time. Let's see if that gives Mohawk a little bit of momentum here. They've been backed up against their own end zone. Haven't been able to find any kind of consistency here in this third quarter. That might be the play that gets them going again.
That was a similar play to what Mohawk scored their first touchdown on. Now a big hole up the middle for Boston. Ball's on the ground, and Union's trying to fall on it. They're not down yet. This play's still going, but it's finally picked up by Union. Making the recovery is Gianni Million. The hit made by Grayson Blakely and company in the middle. That's the 3rd turnover of the second half for the Mohawk offense.
This is unbelievable how this defense has come back from what they were up against, and they have laid some hits on this Mohawk team from that second quarter on. They are playing much more physical. They are going after the ball. They are being aggressive. Now, can they get some, drive here? Can they get Thomas healthy? Can they bring him back out on the field? He's not out there right now. They don't have their weapon at quarterback out there right now. They're going to grind this out or try to grind this drive out.
Stanley will be the runner. Has Cartwright as the lead blocker. Not a lot of room up the middle. Gain of 1 or 2 on first down. 4th carry of the game for Lucas Stanley, the second quarterback in there. He does have a touchdown pass thrown, though, here in the contest. 4th drive of the second half for Union. They've all started in Mohawk territory. How about that, Eric?
Yeah, turnovers and special teams. You know, one of the keys into this game that Coach Nabala has talked about we have to be able to hold on to the ball, create turnovers, and make big plays and not give up big plays. They've taken away big plays here of late, and they have certainly caused the turnovers of late too.
Jonke and Blakely to the left. Looks like that's Roper in the slot right, along with Gettings. Thomas hits around 1, around 2, around 3, now throws over the middle and finds Anthony Roper for the first down.
Oh, he had to get rid of that in a hurry. You can tell he's not moving around like he was in the first half thanks to those cramps, but he is still able to make something happen. And Roper, who we haven't really seen much of on offense or call him out on offense, excellent job by Thomas to keep the play alive, basically running on one leg, and then finding a guy open in the middle of the field for a big first down.
First catch of the year. First catch of the night for Roper. Direct snap to Gunn back in the Wildcat. He's just going to work behind the Hogs. Rugby scrum forward, and he's going to get enough close to a first down. Looks like he'll be just short, a gain of 9, but this is a key part of it right there because you have to be able to do that properly, not pushing Gunn. You can push everyone else in the pile, but you cannot push the ball carrier.
Well, and how about the physicality of Union up front on that play? It's been the interior of Mohawk's defense most of this game that's caused problems. That time, no way. They manned up, and they said, we're going to be the more physical unit right now. That's a good sign to see. We have not seen them really run that kind of power up the middle with any kind of effectiveness the majority of this game.
Yeah, look how open that middle is. They are going to try to run to the edge on the near side. Gunn lowers his shoulder, and he will get enough to get the first down before he's knocked out of bounds. Another 3 or 4 yards. 12 carries, all from the Wildcat from Mikey Gunn.
That's what amazes me is that middle of the field's open. Well, he's not going to throw the ball. He's lining up there to run the ball. You know it's either going edge or middle with him. And, you know, right now, this unit up front, this offensive line for Union is absolutely having its way.
I have a moment. I guess I better give a shout out to our Tweety Bird out there running our social media account, Katie Walzer. Special thanks to her. Still 20-0, according to our latest score report from her. 3 receivers right. Now Blakely will go from right to left. Gunn gets the snap, tries to go to the left, avoids one tackler, now steps forward but runs right into a brick wall for a loss of 3.
Justin Boston was the guy who got back there first, and he was right there as the ball was snapped. Good job to try to blow that play up. Gunn did what he could to keep it alive, but not much room to work with. Chance to regroup here. Mohawk absolutely needs the breather right now because they again are teetering here. Their defense has made a play. You get a little bit of momentum and a quick break here. Settle down a little bit. Settle in for the fourth quarter. They face a 2nd and 13 here. We'll see if their defense can get a big stop when we start the fourth quarter.
Make sure you settle in because we got a dandy of a fourth coming. 2-point lead for Mohawk. Back in a moment on lcsportsnet.com. Works in Progress Painting wishes a successful and satisfying season to all Lawrence County sports teams and athletes. Work hard and bring honor to your team in how you play. Joe Wright and his family have been providing painting, window cleaning, and other property services for homeowners and businesses in the Lawrence County area for over 10 years. Their goal on every project is to provide a meaningful service that honors their customer, God, and their family, and to have fun while doing it. Works in Progress is now booking interior painting and related projects for the winter season. Call Joe today, 724-714-4294, to discuss your next project. When it comes to protecting those you love, the businesses you've built, or the things you've earned, you need someone you can trust. Who better to protect your interests than a local insurance agent? Pontius Insurance is a team of local agents helping local residents in Lawrence County and surrounding areas, specializing in auto, home, business, and life insurance. Come see Dan Pontius, Jessica Dix, and Tracy Giddings, and the rest of the team at Pontius Insurance, and receive the personalized service you deserve. You have to check out the light show on our social media page. Eric Thomas will shoot that one out later. Nice little light show they had between the third and the fourth quarter. All the fans with the flashlights on, the field lights flashing on and off as well. Big shout out Dom Summers, Aaron Vigiano. I know they've done a lot of work with that. Brad Schaefer as well here at the U.
Yeah, nice little entertainment. Good to see a good packed crowd here tonight too. That's Mohawk side filled up pretty well. This side's been filled up pretty well too. It's crowded down at the concession stand area still.
Feels like, though, that the lights aren't quite. There we go. Now they're back to full strength. 2nd and 14 as we get back to the action. Union trailing by 2. Throw to the near sideline. Good defense to knock it away by List, to knock it away from Dane Jonke.
Jonke's had a good night tonight. We talked about his wingspan and his ability to stick his hands in there because of that 6'2" frame. List a good job putting his hand in there to knock that away. Stronger effort. Good pass, but List just a little too strong there in that coverage. This is a critical down and distance right now for Mohawk's defense. They've been pushed around up front a little bit on this drive. Union showing some more physicality. It's 13 yards here. There's no threat to kick a field goal. We know that. So this is going to be 4-down territory, but this is the down right here. You want to try to keep them at 4th and long if you are going to stop them here on 3rd.
Yeah, you don't need to get all of it here on this play if you're Union. They barely get the snap off. Rolling out to his right, and Thomas just has to throw it away. That looked like it was going to be a design quarterback draw, but it was well read up the middle. But there's a flag down here on the near side. You know what? Because it was a design run and he threw it away, you wonder if that might be a legal man downfield there, Eric.
Could be, yes. Nobody was in the area to catch it, though. I mean, he chucked that well out of bounds.
Yeah, he was out of the free blocking zone, so you're allowed to do that now in the high school game.
Well, Braylon Thomas, he's pointing to the clock. They want the clock stopped, add the time back on. You know, it's the pressure by Mohawk there because they know he's not 100%. They're trying to get after him and really disrupt his throwing motion and making him scramble some. He does not look comfortable scrambling right now, so it's a good idea to keep the pressure on him to disrupt it. But he is trying to gut this thing out, and it's been tough for him here in this second half.
4th down for Union.
So now 4th down, 11:31 remaining in the contest. Stanley is in at quarterback on 4th and long. Thomas on the sideline. Gets the snap. Gonna jump pass, and no one was there. Pressure up the middle kind of forced his hand. A.J. Verdi, the first man in there for the sack and the turnover on downs.
Yeah, Verdi with a great job. And it almost looks like Stanley decided, I'm going to throw this. No, I'm not. I'm not sure. I don't know what to do with it. And by the time he was able to really try to do anything and bring the ball down, that pocket and that opportunity to throw that ball had completely collapsed. But, I mean, still, look, 2-point game, plenty of time. The momentum's still with Union's defense. They have really disrupted Mohawk here in the second half. So now Mohawk's got an opportunity. And this is where, if they can get some physicality up front and can run the football and play keep away, that might be what really can decide this game for them. They need to sustain a drive here.
8 runs for 16 yards all night, but here's going to be one of the bigger ones of the evening as Boston fights forward. That's Sam List getting his first carry of the evening across the 35 to the 36-yard line.
Yeah, I like that start. Loosen up the interior Union's defense. They've been strong up front, and that's what Mohawk has to do. They've got to have some consistency running the football here, and it's not about clock. It's just really about sustaining a drive. It's about clock later in the drive, but it's about getting the drive going. It's about getting down the field and trying to get some points.
If nothing else, start to eat up that clock a little bit.
Yep.
Another handoff up the middle for List. Sidesteps the first tackler, but runs into a wall of blue at the line of scrimmage. It will be no gain, and now a flag thrown afterwards. Something happening in that pile.
Oh, this can't be on Union. That's going to be a backbreaker if it is.
And there's another 2 or 3 more. Something's going on.
Oh, no. This is going to be borderline catastrophic if
multiple flags on the play.
Going to be an offsetting situation perhaps.
And so all these flags are thrown after the play. So you'd assume that there was some sort of piling on or somebody doing something they ought not to be doing in the pile. And then as they're walking away, the 2 closest players there were Dante Retort for Mohawk and Jamel Mitchell for Union.
Yep.
So here's the call. A personal foul, a late hit against Union. And then after that, unsportsmanlike conduct, also against Union.
That is a you have a stop on the play. And now Mohawk's got some momentum. You just gave them this massive chunk of yardage that they didn't need. You didn't need to give them. Now it's about scoring. Now it's about trying to hit a big play.
So 30 yards in penalties given on that play.
Forget the clock at this point. Forget trying to sustain the drive. They got a short field to work with, and we've seen what they've been able to do long ball wise tonight. Something to keep an eye on too, James, is McClinton for Union has also been hobbled, and they have really not tested him defensively. They run up the middle of the first 2 plays, get the penalty yardage here, but they really haven't tried to test him and run at him. If somebody recognizes that, they may get a matchup if they run the ball right at him.
Rona's going to go on the slant. That's going to be high and out of the reach of Retort, and you could see the leg cramp up on Jonky immediately on that one as he went to sky up for it.
And these guys are up against it right now as far as cramping goes. This has been a tough second half. They're trying to hang in this game and got it down to 2 points. Can't keep their star quarterback on the field for a drive. You see McClinton there as he's out of view there, but he is hobbling off the field himself. He needs a bit of a break. And who do you go to? I mean, there's depth. There's more depth, but there's still only 32 players in this roster. Who you turning to fill in there?
If you're in need, make sure you turn to LCAP. Coming up, we're going to have the Lawrence County Community Action Partnership Team of the Month Award. We're going to start that up this year. There's so many great ways LCAP is improving the quality of life in and around Lawrence County. Such things as the Learning Tree Child Care Center, where you can get quality child care services. It's available through the county for children between the ages of 6 weeks old all the way up to 5 years old at various pre-K programs, the PA pre-counts programs. There's some of those in various school districts around the county as well. lccap.org for more information or to find out how you can help. LCAP, plenty of positions opening as well, currently hiring. The Lawrence County Community Action Partnership, our powering sponsor here on the Lawrence County Sportsnet. We're just one of the many great programs that LCAP has to offer. Right now, one of the programs they ought to be offering is Hydration 101. Week 0, week 1, we see it each and every year. Again, with something that I think gets overlooked with these cramping scenarios, Eric, it's not just the heat. It's the fact that it's the heat of the day, it's really hot, you're running around, you're loose, but then you go and you sit in the locker room for 20 minutes, you start to tighten up there, and you come back out, and all of a sudden now it's also 15, 20 degrees cooler because the sun has started to go down. That sometimes, as much as anything, the change in the temperature makes the big difference in these cramping scenarios.
It does, and you're exactly right. When you tighten up, either by not staying loose and active and warming up and all that, and then you come out and it's also, about a 10, 12 degree temperature change, and that might not seem like it's a lot, but when it's cold and it drops 12 degrees, all right, it drops 12 degrees. When it's 85 and then it goes down to 73, that's a big difference this time of year. I mean, it's extremely noticeable up here with the way the wind's been blowing in and all that, but down on the field, it's got to feel much, much more different than it does standing up here.
When we talked to Coach McCutcheon before the game, one of the things that you could even tell just in the way he said it was he was obviously worried about was the speed of Union, because you can't simulate, as he put it, the 4-4 speed that you have for multiple Union players. How do you think they've done? I think they've done a pretty solid job of containing that tonight, Eric.
I do too, and part of it's in turn now because these guys are starting to cramp up a little bit, and Thomas hasn't been able to stay on the field, and McClinton's had problems. Now you got Jonky who's down, Cartwright's been down. But for the most part, I mean, the coverage has been there from a secondary standpoint. Rona just threw tremendous passes in the first half. He threw his dude open every time he was throwing the ball down the field, just putting it right out of reach. And there's that kind of speed where they can stay with you stride for stride, but your guy's a little bit faster. Then there's trying to neutralize that kind of speed. And when you take a player off the field like Thomas, and you're not allowing a lot of running room for Gunn, and you're really trying to limit some of the big plays on the outside, what's been some of the passing plays for Union in this game? They've been short.
Yeah.
They've been short, fast routes. That's how their passing game got into a flow. It wasn't the deep pass. It was the short, timed-out routes. Ball snap, ball out of hand, ball in hand of receiver like that, real quick. So I think they have done a nice job tonight at really trying to take that away.
So amongst all of that, that incomplete pass actually didn't even technically exist. There was a hold on the play. So a 10-yard penalty against Mohawk pushes them back 10 yards. It's going to be 1st and 20 from the 44-yard line.
And that was one of those situations where it occurred at the line, so they take it from the line of scrimmage, not down the field.
Right.
Gonna have to get used to that this season. It's a good rule change. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it just follows what you see in the upper divisions, and that's all you can ask for. Dropping back is Rona on 1st and 20. A lot of time in the pocket, now flushed out to his left, and he's going to wisely just throw it into the bench. And again, that's one of the new rules that just went in the last couple of years. It's not officially called the pocket in high school. It's called the free blocking zone. But, come on, it's the only time I'll ever get a chance to correct Coach Mark Stanley. And I'm going to take advantage of it.
Well, in that free blocking zone, it seems like it's a giant chunk of real estate, too, more so than a tackle box, so to speak.
Still 20-0, Sharon leading the Shannock early in the second half of that one.
Nobody able to shake loose in that play, though. It was well covered down the field, and that's that adjustment that Union made late in the second quarter, putting a lid on that high-powered offense.
Left wide open down the far sideline, and Retort couldn't hang on. Went right through the wickets. Busted coverage, and Union caught a break on that one.
They sure did. They got a matchup that they really tried to exploit. That was Bowen, who was running down the field with Retort, and that's a mismatch. Retort's going to burn by him pretty much every time and just could not hang on to it.
Yeah, I think miscommunication as Anthony Roper was on that far side, and he let the receiver go by and had no help over the top.
All the help was on this side of the field. They were trying to take away on this side, and
With the
everybody
trips.
forgot about Retort. Yep.
Now Retort, the receiver, wide to the right. 3 receivers to the right on 3rd down and 20, and this will be interesting to see how Mohawk plays this one. They're going to try to set up the screen. Caught by Boston. It was caught down the field. I think they're going to get away with it, and it's going to be a screen pass for a 1st down and then some with a late hit out of bounds.
Just unacceptable. You give up the 1st down yardage, and then you're going to tack on more. That is a tough break. Good execution by Mohawk.
Absolutely.
Tough break if you're
Absolutely.
Union by adding that on. They got more guys that are cramping up now. McClinton's down again. Jameel Mitchell also having some cramping issues too.
McClinton still just standing back at at the 40-yard line. They're just now even noticing that he is still down on the play. Mohawk athletic trainer Patrick Miller actually the first one to get out there. So it's a 20-yard gain, and then it looks like it'll probably be a half the distance personal foul from the 24, so the ball will be down to the 12. 42 penalty yards against the Scotties on this drive. But what a 3rd down conversion that one was. And a great play call, too. 3rd and long, do something safe. Great call from Coach McCutcheon and Coach Robb.
It was, and, they used that screen earlier, and they had it well blocked down the field, if you remember. And then Retort got called for the penalty, and then they went right back to him on the next play for the touchdown. So they saw something on that screen where they had it set up perfectly in the middle of the field. The lineman blocking down the field, doing a great job. And that is going to add the penalty yardage onto it. And if you're Mohawk now, there's 10:01 to go. There's still an eternity in this game, but this is kind of becoming a war of attrition here with these guys going out right and left for Union. So if I'm Mohawk, it's all gas, no break right now. I got to get 6, and I got to get in the end zone now.
Mohawk in the red zone. Make sure you stop by the red zone. Spirit Sales can help raise big money for your organization. Just simply fill out a form. The Red Zone does the rest. Visit them online, theredzzonesports.com. See how your organization can score big at the red zone. Coming up after the game, we'll have our Maley Chiropractic play of the game. Seasonal allergies, just changes in the weather. They can all affect how you feel on a daily basis. Or that dreaded bleacher back will do it as well. Headaches, joint pain, sinus pressure, even congestion, they can all be alleviated by chiropractic work. Give Maley Chiropractic, give them a call. Schedule your appointment today. 1st down and 10, ball marked at the 12. Pistol set, handoff for Boston. He's not going to go far because Bowen came around the edge, and then Mitchell helped clean him up. No gain, maybe even a loss of a yard.
That was a good job. Bowen, you mentioned this Union defense needs a play right now. And who better to do it than Bowen, he's had himself an up and down night. He's had a couple of good plays. We've called his name a few times. You still have to look at these ends here. This is where a guy like Jameel Mitchell or Jordan Kelly step up, make a nice play somewhere.
Loss of 1. It'll be 2nd down and 11. 10 on the play clock. Mohawk content to take as much time as they can. Still 9:20 remaining. Play action. Rona steps up, lofting towards the back of the end zone. It's just going to be too far for Bobby Fadden.
But see how the timing is a little disrupted here on the passes for Mohawk. They haven't had that, constant downfield threat. Just seems like they're a little tick off right now with trying to find some of those longer passes.
And I think part of it is actually up front because the last couple of passes have just been left a little bit high, almost like Rona can't step into it.
Oh, you're 100% right.
3rd down and 11. Now, this will be an interesting call as well when you have Josh Wilkins, such a great kicker. Now, I mean, a 5-point game versus a 2-point game doesn't make a huge difference when Union doesn't have much of a kicker. Quick slant, ball deflected in the air. It is intercepted in the end zone. Braylon Thomas will get the pick. Deflected, I believe, by Denon Bowen.
Yeah, Bowen had a hand up. Excellent job. And Thomas back there. This is where we talked about earlier with those safeties. When you can drop those guys back and they play sort of that last line of defense, they're back there basically waiting for the guy, the play to come to them. They can get a jump on a ball. They can make a read on a ball. Makes it a lot more easy for your defense when you have that back line safeties that can step up and make plays like that. That was a great job by Bowen to tip it. And then again, with Thomas just kind of hanging out back there as that last line of defense, he was able to get a jump on it and pull it in.
And Bowen was there, but it was actually Nick Cook who got the hand on it coming over.
Replaces McClinton, who came out of the game with the cramps. So, again, the right guy at the right time.
9:06 remaining. Thomas rolling out to his left, has a couple men flying at him. Now he's just going to backpedal and throw it away into the bench.
He is hobbling again. It's the right call. If he's going to be out there and try to gut this thing out, you got to put pressure on him. He can't move like he was in the first half. These cramps continue to affect him. They're almost going play for play with him in and out.
I mean, that's the thing about a cramp. Once you get it, it's tough to get it to go away.
See how they line up in this formation here, because the effectiveness with Stanley has been him and Gunn, and with Stanley at the quarterback spot because he has the ability to throw the football. They are not going to go with that set right now, though, so this might be a throw.
Quick throw, and open there is Jonke, but he had to go down to the ground to make sure he secured the catch. Gain of 5. Stanley actually, by my count, is 4 for 4 throwing the football. 6th catch of the night for Dane Jonke.
Does bring up a 3rd and 5, so I know that they're a little disappointed that the ball wasn't in the air and Jonke wasn't able to go anywhere with it after the catch, but it does make it 3rd and manageable. And now you got guys up front for Mohawk taking a knee too, so you're seeing some tired dudes out there right now. They're giving it their all in this game.
3rd down and 5 coming up, and we're going to have our first Pontius Insurance timeout of the second half. Give a shout out to our friends at Pontius Insurance. Remember, you get the best rates and customer service by calling a local agent like Dan Pontius, Jessica Dix, or Tracy Giddings at Pontius Insurance. Eric, if the games that we've gotten here in week 0, if this is indicative of what we're going to see all season long, then you want to be following us pretty much week in and week out on the Lawrence County Sports Net.
Yeah, this is the scoring here is stalled, but that hasn't taken away from the fact this has been a pretty interesting second half. I mean, Union's got the touchdown, and they've drawn within 2, and they have a chance here on a 3rd and 5 to make something happen. But you're right, couldn't have asked for a better way to start the season. A lot of excitement, overtime games, seeing teams next week that had to go and stop 2-point conversions, and defending WPIL champs on the ropes a little bit, trying to fight through some adversity here tonight in the first game for them.
Now facing a 3rd down and 5, and let's see who is out there on the field I see number 20. So Stanley's out there.
Yeah, Gunn's out there too, but he's going to be
No
out wide.
Yeah, no Thomas, no McClinton. It's Cartwright to the left of Stanley in the gun. Roper in the slot left, Gunn wide to the left. Blakely and Jonke, the receivers to the right. That's the way that Stanley is rolling. He steps into this one, throw to the far sideline. It's going to be caught by Jonke, and he fights forward for enough for a first down. A couple extra yards out to the 38.
Good throw that time by Stanley. Patient, hung in the pocket, allowed his receiver to complete the route, get positioning, put the ball where it needed to be. And they add that little wrinkle of putting Gunn out wide, so they take him out of the backfield where you know if he's in the backfield somewhere that's probably going to be a run. You make it obvious that it's going to be a pass, but you put the guy that he really has been in the backfield with a lot of the time out wide. He goes the opposite direction and finds their best receiver.
Flip it around now. Roper and Gunn to the right. Jonke wide to the left with Blakely in the slot. Cartwright again as the man in the backfield, but a whistle, and I think Coach Nee may have asked for another timeout, and he did, as the play clock was down at 1. 7:37 remaining. Let's take a quick timeout ourselves here in the Lawrence County Sportsnet, powered by LCAP.
Don't get left out to dry. Call the Penn Ohio Bottled Water Company for the fastest and most efficient bottled water delivery service in the area. Penn Ohio offers bottled water ranging from 16.9-ounce bottles to 5-gallon jugs, perfect for your next event or office water cooler system. Also, don't forget to ask about their custom labeling options. Visit PennOhioBottledWater.com for more information and to get a quote on their delivery services. Whether it's at home, in the office, or on the sidelines, Penn Ohio has you covered.
Looking for a unique way to expand your business? Advertise on the Lawrence County Sportsnet and be seen by thousands of viewers in the area and around the country on over 100 broadcasts each year. Visit lcsportsnet.com and click Advertise with LCSN.
Down to 7:37 remaining in the fourth quarter. Union down to 1 timeout, trailing by 2. In a game really, Eric, in the second half that has not had a lot of flow to it. A lot of stoppages, a lot of turnovers, a lot of cramping. It's been a rough one in the second half for all teams involved.
Going on almost 3 hours of game time because of all the stoppage.
We only do long games.
Sure seems that way, doesn't it? But yeah, you're right. Not a lot of flow. Union trying to really hang in there.
Stanley lobbing one down the far sideline, has Jonke over the top, and it's off his fingertips. Laid it out, and Jonke could not quite haul it in.
Had a step, too, and that was a good throw. Just could not hang on to it. And that was an excellent job to get him down the field. And you know, that's one of the big differences that you notice between the quarterbacks here, and it's no offense to Stanley. If Thomas throws that ball and he's 100% healthy, again, throws the guy open. He leads the receiver down the field with his ball, and probably Jonke gets a little bit of separation and makes the catch.
And Jonke barely able to get back to the huddle in time.
He is struggling.
Everybody
too.
is.
It is in a big way hurting this Union team right now.
2 backs in the backfield. They're going to throw it into the flat for Gunn, trying to get some space in front, and he's going to fall forward to the 40. Pick up about 2 or 3. That's it. Good job to hold the edge again by Joey Nail. We've called his name a lot defensively tonight here, Eric.
We have, and Roper tried to do all he could to hold him off, and Nail saw with the motion coming his direction that Gunn was going to get that pass. That's a new wrinkle that they threw in there. Haven't seen that yet. Nail staying at home, fighting off Roper, and using that physicality to get away from him to make the stop. Nail, just a sophomore, and I mean he is listed at 150 pounds. He plays like he's about 225.
Saw him at camp. He made some impressive catches the day that Coach Kutch asked us out to practice. 3rd down, they get the snap off barely on 3rd and long. Stanley runs right into the pressure. The bull rush on the edge, able to hold the edge and run right into danger.
Too long for the play to develop. 3 receivers down the middle of the field, and they're not turned around looking for the ball. Still running their route, and they just took a little bit too long to develop, and that allowed the Mohawk defense to converge and come up with a huge stop.
And punt unit will come out with 6:15 remaining. Mohawk has not had many long drives, so clock not a huge issue with the Union punting it away. What is a big issue is the potential of Bobby Fadden deep to return. However, he is not deep. They are playing a safe coverage for sure with Thomas, and they're going to have to take the penalty here. They're not going to waste their final timeout. They'll back it up 5 yards. I'm not sure they had 10 players out there. Yeah, they only have 10 out there.
Well, the other decision, too, is if this ball's in midfield or in Mohawk territory with 5:53 to go now, I think they probably go for it. You're too far back in your own territory right now. It's a little too early to think that it's 4-down territory no matter where you are in the field, because it's still just a 2-point game. We get that. But if this ball is in Mohawk territory, I don't think there's any question that they would have probably gone for this instead of punted away. But they trust their defense, so why not? Give it back to them.
Thomas thought about it for a minute before making the rugby-style punt. It's going to work out to the Union advantage with a big roll down to the 23-yard line. I'm not sure that ball got more than 3 feet off the ground, but it doesn't matter.
That was fantastic by Thomas to kick it that way. And to move him, too. With the rugby style, too, not just stand pat. And then if somebody gets after him, chase him. He still feels confident that if he has to take off and run, he can do it. I'm not sure that that'd be a good idea with him right now, but to move him and then just get the field position flip here. They trust their defense. There's still plenty of time. 1 timeout, only down by 2. You got 5.5 minutes left.
Their defense has forced 4 Mohawk turnovers in the second half.
Exactly. So why not trust it? Again, they're going to go with the deep safeties. So they're trying to keep a lid on this attack.
Now they're going to push up a little bit. Invite them to throw. Rona play action will throw deep over the middle of the field, and it's going to be caught by Logan. Tried to undercut it at the end was Andrew Gettings, but he was just a split second too late as Logan gets the deep pass.
Gettings is shaking up, too, on the play. That's a good throw and a great route. Logan's going to have to come off, too. He's hobbled. So now we're starting to see it with Mohawk a little bit, but excellent route, little post. Beat the safety over the top, playing a little. You said it right before the play. Coming up a little bit, maybe a little bit too much that time.
41 yards.
Rona likes those matchups if they more or less get one-on-one, but when you allow him to have the underneath, that time pushing the defenders up a little bit too much on the line allowed more of a one-on-one matchup, and Rona's going to trust his guys to win that just about every time.
Pass quickly to the far sideline. Fadden makes the man miss. Tiptoeing the line again, and he's gone. Bobby Fadden, the magician. 37-yard touchdown pass.
James, he looked at Fadden the entire time the ball was snapped, and nobody reacted to that. Nobody read Rona's eyes. Fadden standing over there basically screaming for the ball to be thrown at him. Rona gets the snap, and all he does is look left the entire time, and nobody moved up to try to jump the route. You're going to get him one-on-one in space. He's too good, and he's probably going to beat you every time. You have to react quicker to that when Rona's looking right at him from the time the ball snapped.
2 plays, 78 yards, a 41 and a 37-yard completion. Wilkins, this is a big extra point. The snap was wild, but Union was offsides. They knew it was a big extra point that they needed to block it, but they're in the neutral zone too early.
Do you go for 2 here?
I mean, with the kicker you have, I would say absolutely not. But it's not the kicker that has been the issue. It's been the snap. The last now 3 that we've seen have not gone well, and actually it looks like they're going to change who the long snapper is. Verdi's coming out. They're going to bring somebody else in to do the snapping, and that's probably Jack Mays, who's been the center most of the night.
Still a 2-score game either way if you go for 2 or kick the point after. So.
Oh, they're up by 8 right now, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So but it's like whatever you trust to make it a 2-score game, I guess. I see what you're saying, though. And now this one's going to move back now because I think we have motion up front from Mohawk. So a 1 yard or 1.5 yard technically offsides. Now march it back 5 yards.
Might be
due to the false start.
Better angle to kick it though, maybe.
Anything to maybe just change something from Mohawk to maybe get a better snap.
Yeah, it's going to be a 2-score game if he knocks this through anyway, so.
Better snap here. The kick is up, and it is good. Two-score game. 35-26. Mohawk leading Union. Back in a moment on the Lawrence County Sportsnet, powered by LCAP.
BMF Tax and Financial provides businesses and individual tax prep, advising, and consulting. With over 10 years of experience, BMF Tax provides you with big firm expertise with small firm service.
I'm Brandon Fisher, owner of BMF Tax and Financial. Together, we will help you get a better understanding of your taxes and build a relationship along the way. At BMF Tax, I want to take the stress away from taxes and allow you to focus on what you do best.
Call or visit bmftax.com to set up a free consultation. BMF Tax and Financial. Taxes made simple, life made easy.
I love what I do because coming in every day is different.
How can you not enjoy these kids coming up and hugging you and giving you these great smiles all throughout the day?
Seeing the progress that our kids make every single day is one of the reasons I love coming to school.
What should we do? We have fun.
LCAP Early Learning Centers is hiring. Help empower.
Nine-point lead, and Wilkins' first kickoff of the second half will go into the end zone for another touchback. Doing his job is Wilkins. A 9-point game, a 2-possession game. Eric, if you're Union, what's the mindset right now?
Well, you're going to have to try to get Braylon Thomas and keep him on the field. He's your best option. And as much as you can, make sure you can protect, because when there's been pressure and he's had to scramble, he's then had to come out of the game because of the cramp creeping up again. So you've got to protect him. At this point, with 4:39 to go and only one timeout, it's got to be quick. I think this is the one that has to be quick. They can trust their defense if they pin Mohawk back. I know they just gave up the big play, but they can trust their defense as they have in the second half, but they're going to have to get something here fast.
Gun the receiver wide to the left. Roper in the slot, and it's Thomas in the shotgun, rolling out to his right. He's going to launch one down the field. Jonke trying to get some separation, and it's just going to be a little bit too far out in front. And I think a couple of these passes, too, are if Jonke's at full speed, he's underneath that one. But he's definitely not at full speed here tonight.
And they moved the pocket a little bit, and Thomas was able to have time. He might have let go of that just a hair too early, sensing that some of the pressure was coming. And you know, you have to wonder what he's thinking, too, because he's got this issue with the cramping, and it's like he doesn't want to get hit, doesn't want to run, doesn't want to extend himself and cause any kind of further injury or leave the game. He wants to be on the field right now.
And he hasn't exactly had a whole lot of time to throw it either over the course of this contest. 2nd and 10. Again, moving the pocket. Now he steps up, has to elude a rusher, is able to get away from Leighton Wagner. Now looking down the field, trying to direct traffic, throwing it deep for Blakely, and it's going to be a little bit too far out in front. Feet got tangled up, and a flag thrown from across the field.
Wow. Comes from the far official, too, not even the one who was with the play.
So the only thing you could possibly say is if the official from the far side is able to see something handsy in the back that the referee coming right at him isn't able to.
I think you're right.
Now, if this was the way E.T. here would like it, that would be a spot foul and about a 35-yard penalty, but high school football still just a 15-yard pass interference.
Yep. No, in my contention with that is you have to punish the defense. They committed the foul. That's why I like the spot nature of it.
Yeah, it's not that way in college football yet either. Once you see it in college, then I'll give it a couple years, and you know it'll come down.
Right.
15-yard pass interference, though, will give Union the first down.
I mean, either way, this is still a good break for Union here. I mean, you get a first down. You don't have to exert a play.
Clock is stopped.
Clock stops, exactly. You're trying to preserve time. You're trying to extend the game here as much as you can. That's why they're trying to chuck this thing down the field and get a quick score. Leave themselves with a lot of time in case they need to make stops.
Thomas gets the snap. He rolls out to the right. Throw over at the first down marker is caught by Blakely, and he's shoved out of bounds just across midfield. So, again, just that extra split second longer allows Blakely to get open for a 15-yard pickup.
Yeah, good route, and Thomas doing a nice job of keeping the pocket somewhat mobile for him so he's not standing back there and then pressure bearing down, and he has to make a sharp move to try to get away from it and hurt himself again. Hopefully he's able to just gut this out the rest of the way. It looks good throwing the football. He still has some zip on it. And doesn't seem too affected by having to move around in the pocket.
Ball right at midfield with 4:14 remaining. 10 on the play clock. Deep shotgun set here, almost 7 yards back, is Braylon Thomas. Pumps, now he's going to roll out, and he's just going to fire this one, or finally fires it into the bench.
He's trying to do what he can to keep the play alive. Good coverage down the field. Fadden and Gunn mixed up. There was nothing up the sideline. They had that double covered deep on the far side.
That'll bring up a Union second down.
I'll tell you what, I'm not sure who it was in coverage, but somebody made a very wise move defensively for Mohawk, as there was an intended receiver in the area in Andrew Cartwright, and he just got absolutely leveled. There's no such thing as a 25. They want 25. There's no such thing as a illegal contact like there is in the NFL.
Right.
So once they're out there, as long as the pass isn't coming to him, he's free to be hit, and he got hit. Gunn and Roper to the left here on 2nd down and 10. Thomas pumps, has some space to the near side, directing traffic, thrown over the middle. Roper makes the catch. Actually, no, it's going to be ruled incomplete. It was knocked away. Fadden made the hit, laid down the lumber, and Roper could not squeeze it.
That was a tough catch. Good job by Thomas again to keep it alive, direct traffic, and then sling it down the field. But Roper just could not hang on. He took a shot, too, and it looked like he had planted his foot to try to make the catch and then just got rocked. Couldn't hang on to it.
3rd down and 10 now coming for the Scotties. Time becoming a factor.
Yeah, time and down in distance, too. This is going to be 4-down territory at this point. Even with 3:55 to go, it's 2 scores, so have to go for it on 4th down if you don't pick it up here.
Thomas is now 2 of 11 throwing it in the second half. He's running for his life again, but he's got a lot of room in front of him, and he's going to cramp his way forward and get out of bounds inside the 35, down at about the 33. They came with the blitz. He was able to avoid just enough and get the first down.
Good job, too, to get out of bounds. And he knew he had the space, probably could have tried to fight for some extra yardage, but instead opted to just go out of bounds. That's a smart play. And he is showing no ill effects of having to take off and run. He's not hobbling. He's walking sort of slow, but.
And it looks like both he and Stanley will be in here on this first down play. 3:45 remaining.
It's going to be some kind of double pass if they put Stanley at the quarterback spot.
Well, I already saw Stanley throw. I'd say, look at this. We're going to flip it around now. Thomas at quarterback and Stanley at wide receiver. He's slot to the left. Gunn, the wide receiver, to the left. Thomas.
Uh-oh.
Being chased from behind. Trying to turn, and he's just going to go and tuck and run, and he's going to get the first down.
What a tough kid. with the pressure bearing down on him, and he takes off and scrambles. And not only that, gets the first down. I mean, that pressure was in his face. And now they're going hurry up, and I like that. 3.5, still time. Can work sidelines, get out of bounds, save time if you can.
High snap. Thomas throws near sideline. 2 receivers there, and Stanley, I think, stole away from Gunn. He makes the catch at about the 18, 19-yard line, gain of 4. 7th different receiver with a catch today for the Union Scotties.
Again, hurry up, so they get 2 plays off in about 20 seconds.
The clock stopped briefly because a Mohawk player had to come off because he lost his helmet. Thomas again scrambling, again directing traffic, and he's just going to run out of bounds, get ushered out of bounds. Maybe got bumped late by Chapman, by Jackson, but everything's still good. See where they mark it. At the 16, so a gain of 3, 17 carries for 88 yards, also 173 through the air tonight for Braylon.
He is gutting it out here, too. No question. Clock stopped because he was out of bounds, so that preserves some time. Still 3 minutes. They ran 3 plays in about 30 seconds.
This is the one part about Sox Russo's we love. I got the old Shazi wall to my left here. 2:59 remaining. I'm going to duck down under you. How about that? 3rd down and 3. Thomas rolling right. Fires towards the sideline. It's going to go through the hands of both the defender and the receiver. As trying to undercut the route on that far side was Boston. 4th down and 3 coming, and again with a 2-score deficit, a must-have you would think for Union. 10th play of their drive coming up.
If you had a kicker, you could kick it here because it's only 9, so that takes that out of the equation. And we saw him attempt 1 extra point tonight that just the snap was bad. Timing, everything was just a miscue on that. So no option here at all to kick it. This is 4-down territory. Got to have it. Get the first down. Don't worry about the 6 right now. Just get the first down. Keep the drive alive.
Got to get to the 13 for the first down. Blitz from the edge. Thomas going to be flushed towards the near sideline, and he's going to get it up, and he stays in bounds. He's in the end zone.
What a run by Thomas, too, because it looks like he's going to slow up a little bit and just get the first down, but he saw the slightest of holes to break through, and he's so good with the field vision, and he's such a tremendous athlete that he makes him pay for it. That's an excellent run. Good job. Plays designed really just to get the first down. They will go for 2. It doesn't matter if they go for 2 or try to kick it either way. They have to get another score. So, you know, realistically, you would think you go for 2 and then it sets up a field goal to win the game. They're not going to do that. They're going to try to get a stop and have to score another touchdown.
That's the first rushing touchdown of the evening. How about that?
That's amazing we've gotten this far. And with 2:47 left, there is still time in this game, too. And with Mohawk not able to really sustain any running, I know there's 1 timeout left, but you'll probably see them try to go to the ground to kill the clock and force Union to use that timeout.
They're trying to direct traffic for this conversion. They can cut the lead down the 1. Thomas gets the snap. Looking for someone open. He can't find anyone. Just rolling around. Finally fires it. Tiptoes on the sideline. He's in.
That's a great job to keep the play alive. Never give up on the route when you're the receiver. Your quarterback, when it's this kind of guy, is going to find you. Now, here's something interesting that I would think of here if you're the Union defense. You expect Mohawk to run the ball because they want you to call that timeout. You don't have to call the timeout right away. You probably want to, but you don't have to until you absolutely need it. You want to try to get them down to 3rd down, force the 4th down, then call it. If you have the opportunity to run somebody out of bounds and keep it before a first down, get them out of bounds before the 10-yard gain. Get them out of bounds. Do not worry about the tackle, but just try to usher them out of bounds and get that clock stopped. That's going to have to be something that they're aware of here as time now becomes the great enemy. If they had 2 timeouts, it'd be no problem. You let them run first down, call it after 2nd and 3rd, make them punt. Operate your offense without the timeout.
Now, I was going to say, because it is week 0, do you consider practicing it? And I think they're going to. They're going to go with an onside kick formation. It looks like Andrew Cartwright is the one who is going to line up to kick it away with 2:47 remaining. Here it is, a high bounce, and it's going to be taken on the bounce by the first man through. I believe that was number 50. No, not 54. 84. There is no 54. 84, Chapman again. Jackson Chapman. He's been all over the field, including out there with the marching band today.
I think that's a good call. I might have tried to squib that just since it's a live ball. Instead of onside kick it, you got to have your timing down for an onside kick. Now, what does Mohawk do here? They got to run the ball. They have to run the ball and force that clock or force the hand of Union to call a timeout. It's simply just run the ball here. And if they get the ball back, you hope that it's with as little time as possible and no timeout.
Rona with 5 touchdown passes on the evening, but he will hand it off to List up the middle. Tough sledding, maybe gains a yard on his 3rd carry of the night.
They're going to hold the clock. They're not going to. Yeah, they're not going to call timeout. That's, again, they're trying to save it because Mohawk's going to run the ball. So you have to save it for 3rd down to make sure you get the punt.
They'll use all 40 seconds on the play clock, still 20 remaining on it, so they'll snap this basically right at the 2-minute mark.
Still time.
They've only run it 12 times all night, Eric, and one of them was a kneel down to end the first half.
Number 13's coming because there's no way you'd want to put this thing in the air.
List up the middle, finds a little bit of a seam, gets across midfield to the 48, and now Coach Nee will call that timeout. The final Pontius Insurance timeout comes after that 3-yard pickup.
That'll bring up third down for the Warriors.
Now, first down game's over regardless, but you stop him here on third down, and you would expect I would expect nothing risky. Mohawk's contention here is if they don't get the first down on this play, they're punting the ball, and it's going to be deep, and Union's going to have to try to go the length of the field or something close to length of field with no timeouts and probably around, what would you think, about a minute and 12 seconds, a minute 11 seconds, somewhere in that range. Minute 19 maybe, just depending on how long the play takes here to develop, and then they're obviously going to let the clock run down as the play clock run down and take as much time off as they can. So realistically, you're looking at about a minute that they're going to have left.
So, Coach E, you're running the ball right now.
Absolutely, 100%. I might try something with Rona and maybe roll him out on a bootleg and see if he can pick up the first down. Not out of bounds, but pick up the first down. You get a first down, game's over. I might try something like that. I know that they say that he's not he's not a runner. He's not this all-world, zone read kind of guy or whatever, but it might be something that catches Union off guard because they're not going to expect it.
Let's see what Coach McCutcheon and his staff come up with. I'm watching for a play action personally, but we'll see what the Warriors choose to do. 3rd down and 6.
Boy, that would be a nice gamble, wouldn't it?
See how much trust you have in your QB.
Middle's going to be open. They're bringing the safeties up.
Trips right, and we got movement up front. Jordan Kelly, the freshman who has been good all night long.
Not going to be enough for a first down, though. It's still going to be 3rd and 1. Oh, nope. Going to right at the stick. Oh, tough to – it's really – the nose of the ball is just outside of that stick.
The freshman Jordan Kelly is the one who jumped into the neutral zone. He's been great all night long. Freshman, and there is the senior-heavy team of this Mohawk squad with so many players back. And I think Mohawk's going to let the play clock wind down, and they're going to take their own timeout. 35-34. What a great game that we've had here tonight, Eric. It's still going to come down to a couple plays right here if Union can stop Mohawk. They still have a chance. And wouldn't that just be poetic the way this first week has gone already?
1 yard, and the offensive line for Mohawk has played pretty good tonight, so they have to feel confident they can get 1 yard. There should be nothing fancy on this. Just hand it off up the middle. Hope you get the first down. Hope there's a surge in your offensive line. Maybe break, a 5-6 yard run. Game over.
Again, coming up after the game, we'll announce our player of the game as well as our Maley Chiropractic play of the game, and we're going to have a fun time figuring out all of those.
See what Union does with their – are they going to stack the box here? You would think they probably would, but –
now on 3rd and 1, absolutely.
Yeah, but then that's going to open up if they decide, as you said, some kind of play action.
They're going to get right up. That's going to go under center for the first time tonight is Mohawk. They're going to go quarterback sneak, and they never got set. Mohawk never got set. They got the first down, but they never got set. This is going to push them back.
And stop the clock, too.
Yep.
So you gave the 5 right back.
They went on set, not go.
Unbelievable.
Shift of the offense.
11 penalties for 110 yards against Mohawk tonight.
Now maybe you think about a little play action or some kind of rollout. I just don't know that you do that from the standpoint if they get any kind of pressure in the backfield and they drop Rona for, say, a 10, 12-yard loss, and then it's on their side of the field and it's less than half a field to go with. I just don't know that you risk that. I'm not a coach. I don't have that kind of acumen, but I don't know that I risk it.
They are going to throw it. They're going to go on the comeback route, and it's going to be knocked away. He had it and then lost it. Jonke got the hand in there at the last second to knock it away from Blake Logan. I love the play call. They've gone deep all night. You stop right at the sticks. I know it stops the clock, Eric, but, I mean, you trust your team, you trust your players. Just in the end, the Union defender made the play.
You get the first down, the game's over.
Yeah.
So you're right. I mean, it's a good call, risky call, but a good call, and you have to trust that your best offensive player, your quarterback, is going to make the throw, and that one of your best skill players is going to make the catch. That's an excellent defensive play.
Now, here's the other thing. Are they punting? I mean, I'd be crazy to think that I think they're again going to take another timeout and talk it over. But you got to make Union go as far as they can. Obviously, they have the playmakers. If there's 1 second left, Union can score. What a ball game this has been. 7 touchdowns in the first half, all on deep passes down the field. 4 for Jay Rona, 3 for Braylon Thomas. Jay Rona now stats unofficially 349 yards and 5 touchdowns. Thomas on the other side, 173 yards passing and 3 touchdowns. He also rushed for 100 and a touchdown. Funny enough, cards on the table, I joke with Coach McCutcheon before the table. I teach here at Union High School, and I joke with Braylon of, what's it going to look like? I jokingly said, you going to throw for 500 yards? He said, no, I don't know, 100, sure, we can do that. Well, 173 passing and 104 rushing. I guess he knew the game plan, I guess.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised if they try some kind of rugby-style punt to try to extend a low screamer that's going to run out somewhat.
Mm-hmm. They've only punted once tonight, and it resulted in a 30-some yard return from Braylon Thomas.
Union hasn't dropped anybody back to return the punt. They're not punting.
No, that is the offense on the field here, folks. Look at this. Mohawk was going for it. They say we trust our offense to make a play. Rona looking left, pump, going down the field, looking for it, and it's going to be incomplete. They tried the pump and go, and Gunn stayed with them enough. Thomas helping in coverage on Fadden. Turnover on downs. Ball at the 48-yard line. Union's out of timeouts, but they still got 1:46 on the clock.
Well, that's an eternity when you can extend plays like Braylon Thomas. I'm not. You want the ball, obviously, in your best player's hands, and Fadden is certainly one of them. So to go to him is a smart play. He is so athletic and can pretty much make any catch. Double covered very tightly, safety over top and Thomas. They've done it all from the second quarter on, and the defense comes up with a big play. That's a gutsy call by Tim McCutcheon to go for it there.
Again, it's week 0. You love the action you get in week 0 because of situations just like that. McClinton and Blakely are switching positions there as the slot receivers. McClinton coming in motion. They're going to hand it off to him on the jet sweep, coming to the near sideline. He's got some blockers in front, and he tries to get out of bounds. He actually got it knocked away out of bounds.
I think he might have actually tried to throw it out of bounds.
Sure looked that way, didn't it? And I think that's what the Mohawk players are saying, is that he intentionally threw it out, and so it actually was a forward throw. Gain of 5 yards.
Still plenty of time, and the clock stops. So you have to figure sidelines. You can take a chance down the middle of the field. I mean, you have plenty of time to do that.
And the clock stops on a first down anyway.
Right, so you can take chances if you want. You don't necessarily have to work sideline. Oh.
Good block by the running back. Cartwright gives time to get it out to Dane Jonke for the first down at the 39-yard line.
Boy, did Cartwright absolutely lay his entire body into that block for his quarterback. If they win this game, this is going to sound crazy. That's
a nominee.
That's my play of the game right there.
That's a very worthy nomination. How about 8 catches for $150 right now for Dane Jonke? He's a player of the game nomination for sure, with 3 touchdown receptions.
He's been fantastic tonight, and McClinton is hobbling again in that slot spot. They're going to move the pocket again.
Again, it's going to be protector for Cartwright. Throw on the out, through the hands of McClinton, bounced off of the defender, and falls to the ground, incomplete.
Still plenty of time, 3 downs. 4-down territory, just get first downs, stop the clock. 10 yards at a time, stop the clock.
Thomas, 13 of 27 for 181 yards.
2 things that Union has done in this game that if they win it, you can look back at small things that are not going to get credit in any kind of box score. The timeout to make sure Thomas got back on the field for the touchdown and putting Cartwright in the backfield as a blocker.
2nd down and 10. Minute 29 remaining. Man in motion is going to be Gunn. He's going to get the handoff. First time he's carried it without taking a Wildcat snap. It's not going to go for much. Now you got to get up to the line quickly. A gain of 1 or 2. That's it.
Wagner, the stop that time, stayed stride for stride as he came across the formation.
3rd down, quickly to the line with a minute 10. They practiced this when we were there the other week. They were doing well with the quick no huddle. Stepping up, Thomas running towards the sideline. He's not going to get to the sticks, but he does stop the clock with a minute 5 remaining. It's going to be 4th down and about 4 to go.
Yeah, good heads-up play to get out of that pocket and scramble and get something. That pressure was coming right in his face, and they tried to hold it off as long as they can. 32-yard line, so it's going to be 3 yards they need.
1:05 remaining.
4th down and 3 to go.
You can run the ball here if you want to and try to get the first down.
This is where you pick the best play in your playbook. 12 on the play clock. Gun slot left, Gettings wide to the left. Blakely and Jonke to the right. And there's motion. Who moved? Who moved first?
Union did.
Union. The way Thomas reacted, it almost was like we said we're not moving. I wonder if they were trying to get the same play or the same hard count back. Both teams penalized 11 times tonight. 4th down, 8 to go.
Going to move the pocket again. So all options are there for Braylon Thomas. Make sure that pocket moves, and if I'm Mohawk, I'm sending everybody after this guy. I am not letting him get a throw or a runoff.
Rolls out to his right. He's going to throw on the run towards the far sideline. It's going to be caught by Blakely. Grayson Blakely on the far sideline gets the 4th down conversion.
Do you understand, if you're watching this game, how hard of a throw it is for that guy to make from that hash over to the far side on that kind of route? That is a remarkable throw as Gettings goes down. He's got cramping issues now too.
Now here, because the clock was already stopped, they shouldn't have to do any sort of runoff because the clock was stopped.
That's a deep out to the far side of
Wow.
the field. That is a heck of a throw by Thomas. And to be able to stay in bounds for Blakely and make that catch, tiptoe that sideline, get the first down, stops the clock on the first down, gets out of bounds anyway, preserves time. There's only 58 seconds left, 59 seconds left, but plenty of time.
And I'm going to double check because I think I misspoke. I think it actually was Andrew Gettings who made the catch. It was.
Okay.
It was 16 Gettings who made the catch. His 3rd of the night. 7 Union receivers have caught passes from 2 Union quarterbacks. Both quarterbacks have caught a pass from each other on the evening as well.
Yeah, of course.
All right, so now, Coach E, you're in the Mohawk huddle. What are you saying to your Warrior defense right now?
Well, you obviously want to guard against something over the top. They're not letting anything deep, and the way Thomas is working right now, from a time standpoint, they're trying to keep as much time on the clock as possible, so they want to go sidelines. You know that they're going to try to move the pocket to keep Thomas moving, so the option to run is there if he needs to do it. So you have to have guys that are going to be willing to stay home and try to bring some pressure. I want his pocket as disrupted as I possibly can make it, and hope that if he scrambles and chucks one, I have a guy there that's going to pick it off and win the game for us. I'm coming after him.
This is the 81st offensive play for Union here tonight. Compare that to Mohawk, who has run 38. Over twice as many plays run by the Scotties. They trail by 1.
It's 3 down linemen, so they're dropping everybody else back.
Trips to the left. Stanley is the far receiver to the left for Union.
There it is. There's the pressure.
Able to get inside is Boston. Trying to just get his hips turned so he can throw it away, and he finally does. What an acrobatic play. That might be one of the more athletic plays you see from Thomas on an incomplete pass to get everything turned to even throw that pass.
But see, that's why you bring the pressure, though, because he can't move like that. So you're hoping if you can get pressure with 3 guys, that's pretty remarkable unto itself. But if you can do that consistently and disrupt his pocket, which they're already going to move, so he has the option to run it, and then you have all those other 8 guys back there, you're hoping that he throws something like that off balance and that somebody's there to knock that thing out or pick it off. That was a great job by the Mohawk defense. I'd expected them to do the exact same thing here again.
10 seconds on the play clock. Blakely's slot left, Jonke wide left. That's the way Thomas is looking. Again, backside pressure coming from Chapman this time. He's going to fire one towards the pylon and just throws it out of bounds again. The backside pressure those last 2 plays has been key, Eric.
Big time. And they're bringing it from all different angles. And again, he has that ability or that option to take off and run with the moving pocket. If the pressure is getting there with 3, you're going 5 on 3 up front, and they are still getting home to disrupt his pocket. That is already moving. That's an athletic defense that knows exactly what it's doing here. They're going to do the same thing again. Drop 8 back, max coverage in the secondary and in the second level. Try to get home with 3 and disrupt the pocket.
What does Union have in their bag of tricks now?
Stanley's out on the far side.
3rd and 10. Better protection this time. He lost one down the far sideline in a double coverage, and it's going to be knocked away, but the flag thrown. The safety made a great play, but the quarterback too handsy.
Pass interference, and it's a good call because those arms were up, face guarding. No attempt to make a play on the ball. Did not turn his head to make a play on the ball.
That's going to be enough for a first down, thanks to the penalty.
Still 38 seconds left, still plenty of time.
21 first downs on the evening for the Scotties. It'll be half the distance from the 27 down to about the 13.5-yard line.
So they can still get a first down at the 3, which is critical to stop the clock. So you have sidelines and first down to stop clock.
Pass interference on the defense.
Yeah, it's a good call. I mean, what else can you really do? You're thrown in double coverage. You know something's going to happen there. You have to also try to, as the receiver, draw some contact too, but it didn't even happen there. There was just no ability, no chance for the defender really. Did not even make a move to turn his head and try to make a play on the ball.
Ball at the 13 with 38 seconds remaining. Thomas taking a long look. Stanley getting reset here on the far side. Now he gets the snap. Thomas looks to run up the middle. Has some room. Makes a man miss. And he's in the end zone. Braylon Thomas, the go-ahead touchdown with 32 seconds left.
What a call. What a call. Again, they have moved his pocket on every pass attempt to keep him, to get him the option to run the football. So you expect them to do the same thing on that play. What do they do this time? Forget it. It's a design quarterback draw. Everybody else is dropped back. Everybody else is in max coverage. He has all that room to run. Worst case there, James, he's getting a first down and stopping the clock anyway, and then they only have to go from the 3-yard line or even closer. That was an excellent designed quarterback draw at the right time by the best player on this Union team.
Caps off a 9-play scoring drive and a minute 14 off the clock. Union, their first lead of the game. Stanley will take the direct snap for the conversion. He's going to roll out to his left, throw on the quick out. It's going to be knocked out at the line. Good quick hands by Joey Nail yet again. That's a big one, too, because it keeps it a 5-point game. A touchdown wins it now for Mohawk. And let me tell you, Eric, how many quick strike touchdown drives have they had?
The visiting Warriors.
Enough that you're nervous about it.
Eric, all 5 touchdown drives all took less than 1 minute. What a game. What a game. Week 0 non-conference.
Rivals, excellent setting. Last game they played in was a state championship. This has been a playoff type game tonight. Union has had to gut it out with all these cramps. big-time adversity. And, you know, we said it. How hungry is this team? I think they're ready to eat. I mean, this team has shown some guts here in the first game of the season, and you're going to have an emotional, you know, win or loss either way here going into week one. But this team has shown that it's back and it's ready to compete and try to get another WPIL title and try to get back to Cumberland Valley and play for a state championship.
We've been here 3.5 hours. I'm ready to eat.
you and me both.
Thomas with the squib kick taken at the 25-yard line by Fadden. He's got some room on the far sideline. Now trying to cut back middle. He's going to be dragged down by Thomas at the 45.
Thomas is sifting through all of the traffic trying to find him. That was remarkable. He's watching. He's laying back a little bit, looking at Fadden, trying to figure out which way he's going to go, and he's going to try to go right with him. And then he just moves his way in and out of the traffic and makes a nice stop.
1 timeout remaining for Mohawk. 1 timeout remaining.
23 seconds, realistically, probably 3 plays if you go quick.
Retort has a 44-yard touchdown catch. Fadden a 72-yard catch. Retort another 53-yarder. Logan from 45. Fadden from 37.
Maybe 4 plays if you go really, really quick.
Union in prevent defense. The Scotties faithful. Loud. Rona scrambling. He's going to fire this one towards the near sideline. Fadden coming across the field, makes the catch and gets out of bounds at the 43-yard line. That's a gain of 12 or 13.
Took 7 seconds, so you probably have at least two more plays. Scrambling around, making something happen, looking like Braylon Thomas there, keeping the play alive, keeping the pocket alive, and Fadden not giving up on the route. That was an excellent job to stay with his quarterback and stay in sync and be an outlet for him to dump it off to.
That's called being an athlete.
Absolutely.
And hang on, we got something after the play here. 2 hands behind the back. Is that sideline interference? No? It's a 15-yard penalty. It said sideline. Wow.
Was it a sideline warning?
Well, they had the warning earlier, so now it's interference. Oh, boy, so now it's at the 28-yard line. 16 seconds remaining.
You might have time for 3 here if you go quick.
Mitchell gets around the edge, and he makes the sack.
They got a call. They're not going to.
Yeah, they did. There's a timeout.
There were 4 seconds that came off the clock between the end of the play and the timeout, or about 3 seconds.
And there it is. We talk about him in the pregame show. He's been held quiet most of the night, but when the big time is on the line, in Mitchell you trust.
Yeah, he is just I said it twice already tonight, a high motor guy. And those 2 defensive ends, there are not many teams in the state at the single A level that can put those 2 type of players on the end and still have a lot of talent in the middle too. I mean, Stanley's no slouch, obviously Cartwright, McClinton, but those 2 bookends, and one of them being a freshman, that is a major problem for the rest of single A.
So ball is at about the 33, 32-yard line.
9 seconds remaining.
Essentially, the last play of the game, they put 9 seconds on the clock.
Yep, added 2 more seconds.
So with that, you can run a play here. With 9 seconds left, I feel more confident about running a play and getting out of bounds.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely can go to the sideline, quick hitter, shorter field, and then have one last crack at it.
Rona will have Boston to his left, Wagner the tight end to the right. 2 receivers left. Firing down, looking for the end zone. Man down there, jump ball, and it's picked off in the end zone. Braylon Thomas picks it off at the 1. With 3 seconds remaining, the Scotties are going to survive week 0 and win the Battle of the Border.
What a game. What a game that young man's had. Missing time because of cramps, staying with it, gutting it out. 2 big-time drives by Braylon Thomas. And then, of course, the game ends with it in his hands on an interception.
They marked it at the 1 because that's where he caught it, his momentum, then brought him back into the end zone. So technically you got to take a snap. Even if you take a safety, it's no big deal. Just let the 3 seconds wind off.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if you're Union, you're just saying just run around, see that 0 on the clock, and then run out of the back of the end zone.
Yep. Unbelievable game. Just complete resiliency by this Union squad, and they're showing you that they are not going anywhere.
And he's just going to go run around. He's watching the scoreboard. He sees there's nothing. He'll take the intentional safety to round out our scoring, and that's going to be your ball game. 40-37 will be your final score.
40. The visiting Warriors 37.
We're going to have a lot to talk about in our Tri-County Principals post-game show. We'll step aside. The fireworks going off, the lights flashing. Post-game show when we return at lcsportsnet.com.
Works in Progress Painting wishes a successful and satisfying season to all Lawrence County sports teams and athletes. Work hard and bring honor to your team in how you play. Joe Wright and his family have been providing painting, window cleaning, and other property services for homeowners and businesses in the Lawrence County area for over 10 years. Their goal on every project is to provide a meaningful service that honors their customer, God, and their family, and to have fun while doing it. Works in Progress is now booking interior painting and related projects for the winter season. Call Joe today, 724-714-4294 to discuss your next project.
When the high school season heats up, make sure you have the best gear to support your school. Head to the Red Zone on Wilmington Road in the Shannock for all your county sporting apparel needs. From sporting goods to custom apparel to embroidery and more, the Red Zone has it all. Quality gear for all 8 schools in the County of Champions. Stop by and enter the Red Zone or visit them online at theredzonesports.com. Score big at the Red Zone.
At Medore Bonner Law, we're more than just attorneys. We're your community partners. With a combined experience that spans decades, attorneys Jason Medore, Michael Bonner, and Greg Rossitelli are your trusted advisors for all legal matters. From personal injury to estate planning, business law to family disputes, we are here to guide you through every step of the legal process. Our full-service, community-based approach ensures that you're not just a client, but a valued member of our family. Give us a call or visit us online at MedoreBonnerLaw.com for more information.
Cold winds blowing, temperatures dropping, and snow is beginning to fall. And then your furnace goes out. LCAP's LIHEAP Crisis Program is here to help. If your furnace is blowing cold air, not turning on, or not reaching the desired temperature, help is right around the corner, whether it needs fixed or replaced. For information, call the Department of Healthy Homes at 724-656-0090. LCAP's Healthy Home programs are the key to safer living.
It's the Tri-County Principals postgame show here at lcsportsnet.com. Another instant classic. We're 3 for 3 this weekend in terms of games on the network. 40-37 is your final. 40-37 as they did get a safety on that final play to get our final score here tonight. First and foremost, Eric, as we get to breaking this one down, yes, Mohawk gets an L in the loss column, but there were no losers out there on the field tonight. The only losers were the people who weren't able to make it to this game because this was one of the best ones you could ever possibly come to.
Yeah, and, I mean, Mohawk executed so well early in the game, and remember, this game started with Union going on a 3-and-out. They tried the deep pass. Blakely couldn't hang on to it. They had a surefire touchdown on their first drive of the evening that was dropped, missed, and Mohawk went right down the field 9 seconds and made them pay, and they really had this game in tow the entire time up until really when things started to change into Union's favor was that late second quarter. After that long touchdown drive, 14 plays it was, I guess, but after that and the defense started kind of coming around and they started playing the 2 deep safeties and really putting clamps on the deep passes. You know, it kind of changed a little bit. You saw a toughness from this Union team in the second half that was maybe a little deflated after they missed that touchdown on the first play, the first series of the game. They came back, they toughed it out, they showed some resiliency. I mean, there's nothing better in my mind than getting a little bit of adversity the first game of the season. You find out what your team is made out of. It may not seem like a whole lot right now because it's non-conference, but when they look back at this later in the season, if they're in a positioned to repeat as WPIL champs or go back to a state championship game, they're going to look at this game as what jump-started that whole run.
I think if you're Mohawk on the other side, you're going to look at the same thing too. And look, we were right there. We had it. We missed a couple of opportunities, but this is a Mohawk team that is going to be threatening for the top spot in the Midwestern Athletic Conference in Class 2A if they play like they did here tonight. No question in my mind.
You're on your heels the whole time you're playing them because they have weapons on the outside that they can throw to. Their line played physical. I think it still comes back to the simple fact they need to establish a run offense. They have to be able to balance out their offense a little bit and run the ball in terms of yardage. I mean, think about the end of the game there, James, when all they have to do is kill the clock and get a first down, and they're throwing on the fourth down to try to get it because if they run the ball, they look at it this way. If we run the ball, we're giving it to them at midfield anyway if we don't get it. If we pass the ball and we don't get it, we're giving it to them right here anyway. So it's sort of it doesn't matter what we really do here, but to not be able to line up and just pound the football and drain that clock, that's something that they're going to have to go back to. Otherwise, their line played fine. I mean, they were at times keeping that pressure at bay. They were giving Rona a nice pocket to throw the ball in, especially the deep passes. But they have got to establish some type of running game to really balance out their attack.
Yeah, what it's going to end up looking like at the end, yes, Jay Rona throws for 361 yards and 5 touchdowns, but he throws 3 interceptions as well, 3 fumbles and 2 picks, as well as that turnover rundowns in the second half. There's your reason that the game ended the way it did. Mohawk just giving the ball back too many times, and when you give Union that many opportunities, they ran 82 offensive plays versus just 40 for Mohawk.
Well, and when Union started going to that more too deep defense to try to stop the offensive output, it's almost like Mohawk got shocked by that, and they sort of got out of a rhythm and, hey, we can't throw the ball deep. Well, that's what we're living off of here tonight, but that's where you have to have that running game. That running game can be effective. It can keep drives alive. Even if they don't score on every possession in the second half, if they're able to eat, say, 4 or 5 minutes of clock time instead of just trying to throw the ball or not being able to run it and just give it back to them or causing a turnover or going too much one-dimensional, this game probably doesn't come down to what it comes down to.
Finishing up the stats for Mohawk real quick. Dante Retort, 5 catches for 137 yards, a pair of touchdowns. Blake Logan, 2 catches, 86 yards and a touchdown. Bobby Fadden, 2 for 109 and a pair of touchdowns on the night. Braylon Thomas for Union, 191 yards passing with 3 touchdowns. He also ran for 123 and a pair of scores. Leading receiver Dane Jonke, 8 catches for 150 yards and 3 touchdowns. And we could have gone a couple of ways, but the way that Jonke came to play on both sides of the football and the way he led with the receiving core, we're going to give him as our Sportsnet Player of the Game award here tonight. Dane Jonke will receive a customized T-shirt, courtesy of the Red Zone, in recognition of tonight's Player of the Game award. The play of the game, it has to be the game-winning touchdown for Braylon Thomas. The Maley Chiropractic Play of the Game award, that 13-yard scamper up the middle. We're going to have Eric talk about that in a second, but first I want to mention again that Braylon will receive his T-shirt courtesy of Maley Chiropractic and the Red Zone in recognition of tonight's Play of the Game. And remember that we'll have all the play and player of the games listed on our website, lcsportsnet.com, to view that full list. Again, congratulations. Your player of the game is Dane Jonke. Your Maley Chiropractic Play of the Game belongs to Braylon Thomas. Talk about that play, though. They just got the first down on the pass interference. About 40 seconds left to go from the 13-yard line. What set it up, and then the execution there, E?
They were moving the pocket the entire time late in this game, Union was, and that was to give Braylon Thomas the option to either throw the ball if somebody's open or if he's moving away from the defense. Generally, you move away from the defense, it gives him the ability to run the football. That way he's not standing back there having to make a move or a cut and exert himself a little bit too much. He was cramping up a lot in the second half. So they keep moving the pocket. And what it was doing was, from a Mohawk defensive standpoint, you're expecting him, if you bring pressure, to force something into a tight spot. And if you're dropping 8 guys back into coverage, you're banking on one of those 8 guys to make a play defensively and pick a pass off or knock it away or force a fourth down and a bad pass or a low percentage pass. So instead this time of moving the pocket They let him stand back there, look stationary, surveys everything real quick, sees all the spacing in the field because 8 guys are dropping back into coverage. There's nobody in the box to stop him. He's going to outrun those linemen most times if he's going up the middle one-on-one. And it was just a great execution, a great design. And, I mean, I got to give the kid a lot of credit, not just because he makes the game-winning touchdown and picks off a pass to seal it, but just the way he gutted it out. I mean, he's out for chunks of that second half, and their offense just really couldn't do a whole lot without him on the field. So if you want to talk about importance, yes, guys like Mike Gunn matter. Dane Jonke matter. All those guys matter. But if you don't have that cog that makes that engine flow like he does, then you're not in a position to win games. I mean, he absolutely gutted this game out tonight, and it's a remarkable performance for a guy who, you know, they might have a second 1,000 guy. And it might be him. It might be the same guy.
Yeah. He's off to a great start here tonight. Union 1-0, Mohawk 0-1. We will have a chance to see Union again next week, as they will have to again, rebound, get right back to it when they face Elwood City next week. Mohawk, on the other hand, will get their laces wet again. They are traveling to Quaker Valley before hosting Laurel in their first home game coming in 2 weeks. Thanks again to our producers, Aaron Vigiano and Dom Summers. Thanks to Josh Toman running the cameras. Thanks, Eric Thomas, for I'll tell you what, if you keep getting games like this, you're gonna enjoy your stay here on the network.
Curious to see what happens next week. Union goes. They come off this emotional win. They get a chance to regroup, exhale a little bit. Elwood City, I mean, they got pushed to the brink last night, and they were survivors too. So you got a couple of teams that are battle-tested already after 1 week of play.
For the entire Sportsnet crew, I'm James Dotson signing off one last time. Union 40, Mohawk 37. Now stay tuned. Soccer on Monday and more football action next Friday coming your way on the Lawrence County Sportsnet, powered by LCAP.
Your voice for Lawrence County sports.
The gold ball headed home to Newcastle.
This is the Lawrence County Sportsnet.